It's now time for the meeting, and we have a quorum, and we call the meeting to order. Item number 1, endorsement of the minutes, legislative documents. That's the minutes of the meeting on the 22nd of December last year. As of now, the Secretariat has not received any proposal for amendment. Now, if there are no comments, we endorse the minutes. Thank you. Item number 2. Now, after the last meeting, we received 2 information documents as listed on the agenda. Any comment? If not, we come to the next item of agenda. That is items for discussion at the next meeting. Now, the next meeting will be on the 15th of March, Tuesday, 9 a.m. The following 4 items are proposed by the administration. First, Program and Cost Management Office. Second, demolition of existing structures in Sites A and B1 of Sumong Toy Vehicle Repair and Maintenance Workshop. 3, the improvement of water supply to Sheung Shui and Fanling. And 4th, development of Anderson Road Quarry site. Now, if we have sufficient time for discussion, then we should extend the meeting by 1 hour and 15 minutes. That is from 9 a.m. to 12:15 p.m. Now, any comments? Dr. Fernando Cheung? I don't have any particular comments on these items, but I suggest that 2 items should be discussed as quickly as possible. First, yesterday we saw in Ming Pao an exposure of the public housing scheme at Pingshan, Guangzhou. Now, several years ago, it was supposed to house to include 17,000 units, and then due to objections, it's moved to the southern part of that area, and the number of units is reduced to 5,000 odd units. And Ming Pao exposed that the objector has to do with the use of the site for parking. And Ming Pao said that if we see some public space which can be used for development, being for instance for public housing, but other people use it for profit-making purposes, and the government doesn't seem capable to control them, and this has to do with Lands Department and Buildings Department apparently, and this situation has occurred in other parts of the New Territories, and I think this should be discussed as quickly as possible. That is the public housing development in Guangzhou. And also I propose that since we are going to discuss the development of Lantau Island, the government is going to set up a Lantau Development Office. Now, the Lantau Development Advisory Committee has been established for 2 years, and now there is going to be another Lantau Development Office. It's quite complex. And since we are starting to have some concrete plans, and since the plan involves 14 locations in Lantau, and the public, since the establishment of the advisory committee, hasn't been engaged in any public consultation. So I suggest that the development panel host a public hearing. Now, there has been this consultation, and we accept the comments, and I think this would be a good platform. Now, that's one of the items for discussion today. Chen Yunhan. Now, I've all along been concerned about Lantau development, and we have offered some proposals to the administration, for instance, Tongchong, etc. Now, the government listened to us in some respects, but not others. For instance, for Tongchong, I think the government seems to get an idea of what the people want, but this doesn't apply to other areas. Now, I'm not against the opening up of Lantau with 25 more cars per day. Now, some people want to conserve parts of Hong Kong that are not found in the city. Now, if you open up, I think more and more people will use it as a pretext to gain more access. So a lot of it has to do with local development. So we have to clarify. Now, somebody might want to develop a certain part of Lantau, and so I think we need to find out whether these people, they deserve the suspicion leveled by the public against them. Now, Lantau development is very important. The government should try to have greater transparency. We are focusing on items for discussion next meeting, and Dr. Fernando Cheung proposed 2 items, and we will discuss Lantau today. Dr. Cheung proposed a public hearing. The government is engaged in a public consultation exercise. I think it's well worth it. And as for Wangzhou issue, I think we shall ask the Secretariat to gain some information, and then we can write to the government to see what information it can offer, because we have to arrange for the next meeting. I think time is rather tight now, but if there is the need, I think we can arrange for one of the items to be discussed in one of the meetings. Now, whether it can be done at the next meeting, well, that meeting is rather close at hand, so we will try to see whether that's possible. Now, if we have time, if the government can manage, yes, of course, yes. It's not really very urgent, but still it should be resolved as quickly as possible. I think any discussion should be meaningful, otherwise we will not be able to make the best use of the time. So we can then move on to item number 4, that is the suggested trip to Dongjiang. Now, Ms. Helena Wong wrote a letter to me now on the 11th of December. Now, an information document has been provided to members, and some members hope that this can be discussed at this meeting, so we have allocated some time for this. We can discuss this on whether there should be this duty visit to Dongjiang. Helena Wong? please be succinct. 2 minutes, okay? Now, it's been mentioned that in December, I actually already suggested that we should discuss this as part of our agenda now on the Dongjiang water supply system and water quality. And then I suggested that we go on a study tour. And then I supplied a letter, and that letter was supplied to the panel on the 11th of December. And the chairman asked members for their views. I thought today we would have the officials here to tell us about the progress for arranging the visit. But the chairman says we need to discuss further, because after you submitted the letter, you did not attend the meeting, and according to practice and rule of procedure, I asked other members, and members expressed the wish for a discussion. What will we discuss? Now, well, firstly, whether to go or not. Of course, I think we should go, because I think we should be concerned about water quality. Now, we have this incidence of lead in water, and 70% of our water is from the mainland. And when we will go to Singapore to inspect the desalination there, and apart from the water pipes of water from Dongjiang, we want to see about the water quality in Dongjiang, how water security is arranged, and members asked us to learn about Dongjiang water.
I think as members we should go there and take a good look. Not just the water supply system. Yeah, I think we know what you're trying to say. It's mentioned in your paper, your letter. Yu Si-wing. I'm not opposed to a site visit, but you have to think about the result. If it rains heavily, then there'll be changes in the water quality. So the period when we go to look at the water to see whether it's clean with our eyes, that's one thing. You still have to find experts to look at the samples, to study the samples afterwards. You just go there to have a look to feel safe. But the entire Dongjiang is so long. There's a station in Huizhou, Shenzhen Reservoir. It's also a catchment area. So there's a closed area and also the catchment area. If we just go to one site, that may not mean that or guarantee that we will see the whole truth. But since we're there, we may see whether we can go to Huizhou and other collect information about water resource there. We can also find out about their water control facilities and other environmental measures. If they provide good quality water to us, but if they lag behind in environmental protection, then that's not sufficient. We don't want to see water pollution there. So if we're making the visit, we should not just look at the water itself, but look at the entire provision of facilities, so that whatever we tell the public or the media afterwards will actually be more useful. If we just see a part of it, then we may just have a partial idea of the situation, and we may not be fair to the entire water supply system if we just look at a part of the whole system. Helena Wong? I think for this site visit, it's just not to look at the water with our own eyes, because you can't detect lead in drinking water either, because they have no color and no odor. But I'm saying that even since we are concerned about the water being consumed by the public, then we have to look at the entire supply system, how anti-pollution it is, and what is being done to avoid pollution, and what is in consideration for the flood discharge. So we're trying to look at the whole system indeed. It's not enough, of course, just to see whether the water is clean or not with our own eyes. I think members can certainly design a meaningful site visit so we can have a comprehensive understanding of the Dongjiang water supply system, and also what measures are put in place by both governments to ensure that our drinking water will not be contaminated. Or we can find out about the challenges and difficulties facing both governments. And we need to know what sort of methods does the Hong Kong government use to filter the water that comes into Hong Kong. I think we need to have an understanding of that and then explain the whole picture to the public. That's the purpose. Members, so if you, on this topic of a site visit to Dongjiang, then as Dr. Helena Wong said, we are going there to look at the system and to find out about the measures, the monitoring system, and so forth. I think Mr. Yu Siwing also made the point that since we're there, we could also look at other related facilities, like in Sha Wan River area. There are efforts being done there to improve the water quality. So if time allows, we could consider going there too. So please, the administration, to give advice on this. We need to, through the government, invite the mainland authorities to arrange for this site visit. But please note that our term actually has only a few months left, so we'll try to find a date and see whether the date will suit you, and see whether we have how many people will be interested in going on the site. So I will give you the choices of the dates later on. In principle, I think there's no one who opposes the site visit. As for the arrangement, we'll go ahead with it, plan for the site visit. Thank you for inviting officials to arrange for the trip for us. As for the time, in March, we are due to go to Singapore on a water inspection visit. If it's okay then we can go there. And then after our visit to Dongjiang River, we can arrange for a discussion at the panel on this topic. Yeah, we'll try to get it arranged ASAP. Hopefully in April. Yeah, of course we don't want to go on the visit after July. Yeah, we need to accommodate not just our schedules, but that of the mainland authorities. Yes, please, go ahead. So there's no other views? Then I will invite the administration to come in. Item 5. Now we move on to item 5. Item 5 is on the Kai Tak development. Stages 3B and 5A infrastructure works at North Apron area of Kai Tak Airport and progress report on Kai Tak development. Let me welcome the representatives from the administration. You have the name list with you already. It's on your desk already. So administration, could you brief us on this item? They've prepared a PowerPoint, right? So please be concise. Who will do the briefing? Yeah, Chairman, members. The Kai Tak development is a major urban development area. Since 2009, LegCo has on various occasions approved up to a funding of up to $46.6 billion for the development. The first batch of works for the Kai Tak development has been completed, and other works are also in progress. The former North Apron area, the infrastructure works, Phase 1 and Phase 2 have been completed, and stages 3A and 4 infrastructure projects will be completed by 2017. as planned. Now, we are asking for your support to upgrade to category A, number 469CL, to build the water supply system, drainage, sewage system, and road system, and also the linkages across Prince Edward Road. The total construction cost is about $2.2 billion. We need to complete these works to complement or to support the development of commercial residential areas in the North Apron area, and also to step up linkages between the site and the nearby areas. We are here to brief members on the latest progress of the various works. Now I will hand over the time to Ms. Ying. Thank you. I think before we explain to you in detail the stages 3B and 5A infrastructure works, let me summarize to you the progress at KTD so far. KTAC occupies an area of about more than 300 hectares. We hope that there can be a population of 110,000 people living there in future. Since 2013, the works were related to the building of the berth in the cruise terminal from Shingfeng Road all the way to the cruise terminal. In 2013, the facilities there were completed, and 2014 the berth was completed. We hope that the cruise terminal can actually accommodate large cruises from around the world. Therefore, at the end of last year, we have finished the remaining dredging works so as to accommodate the largest cruises from various countries. Besides the cruise terminal, in 2013, the roof garden was completed. We also have launched a pilot scheme to actually, underneath the runway, carry out the works for the district cooling system. We have got 11 hectares of waterfront promenade, and in 2010 and 2015, the Kwangtung Promenade have been opened for the public to enjoy. As for the public rental housing project, actually residents moved in there in 2013, and more than 30,000 are living in the public rental housing there. And having completed the relevant road networks, water supply system in this area, location of Kai Tak Phong, it actually comprises various residential sites, including the sites allocated for Hong Kong people and other private housing. And by the middle of last year, the works there, basic works there, have by and large been completed. In the area of Kai Tak Phong, we estimate that 18,900 residential units will be available for Hong Kong people. And by the end of last year, we've completed the building of 2 primary schools. I believe by the next school year, 2-3 primary schools in the nearby areas will move to the new sites instead. On another location in the North Apron, an industrial commercial building have been completed. It provides postal services, a community hall for residents in nearby estates, and to tie in with the land development of the site and to enhance Kai Tak's linkages with Sampo Kong in nearby areas, the 3A works are in progress. We expect that by the middle of next year, the works will be completed. And on the other side of the North Apron area, that is west of the Kai Tak River, is also part of the Kai Tak Phong. The Phase 4 works are in progress. We expect that by early next year, it will be completed. You also know that Kai Tak used to have the odor problem, and that's what we need to deal with. Therefore, on the Kai Tak approach channel, we have carried out redevelopment and improvement works. That is to enhance its ability to afford floods, unprecedented floods. And the works began in 2013. By 2018, it's due to be completed then. For the older nuisance, we've used various measures to tackle the problem, including at the upper stream, we intercept the pollutants, and for Kai Tak Approach Channel and Kuntong Typhoon Shelter, we have carried out works to actually remove the odor, and the works was completed in 2014. We also carried out on-site inspection, which found that the odor at Kai Tak has been largely come under control. Last year, we managed to apply for funding to carry out second and third stages of road improvement works. That is in the South Apron area. We extended the Shing Fung Road, and also the Shing Fung Road next to the promenade, waterfront promenade, are actually upgraded, and there is a dual lane road. The district cooling mains are also being put in place. So besides providing extra support for the Kai Tak cruise terminal, it also provides for infrastructure to support the 6 plots of residential land and the commercial sites there. For the South Apron area, what's underway is being built is the Hong Kong Children's Hospital, which will be completed in 2017. But the hospital will be commissioned in 2018. The funding request this time is for 2 sites in the North Apron, Stage 3A to the east, and also a divisional police station, and also 5A, which is west to the river, Kai Tak River. Later on, my colleague will give you the details about the 2 works. For Kai Tak development, all the remaining road works, as you can see, they are in the map in pink. The works 5B is near Song Mong Tai, and in the South Apron area, there's a road work that links the various parts of the district, and the D3 road, which is being built, will be connected with D2, road D2 in the North Apron. So the road network on the whole for the Kai Tak development is almost 80% completed. Besides the development in Kai Tak, there are also large-scale infrastructure projects that will actually pass through Kai Tak. For example, they include the 2 MTRC stations that are part of the Sha Tin Central Link. Because of ecological fines, the completion date of Sha Tin Central Link will be completed in 2019. For Kai Tak, we did hold an international design competition called Kai Tak Fantasy, which covers the water area and also the tourism node. After the design competition, we have a dedicated office to carry out related works, including the planning design, and also to see how we can deepen the urban design for the area that is at the deep end of the former apron. And we also carry out a tendering exercise, which attracted 10 or 11 tenders for the creation of a tourism node. Another large-scale major design for a thoroughfare is the Route Road number 6, which is comprised of 2 parts, the T2 Trunk Road and the Central Kowloon route. In January this year, it was authorized to begin, and the other road will actually be built as well. The government now is involved in the design of these 2 roads before actual construction begins. We've also obtained funding to carry out a more detailed feasibility study on the environmental-friendly linkage system. The study actually began in November. We expect that the study will be completed in stages by next year. Besides the EFLS, there will be a 13 km cycle track network. Last year, we launched a study on the cycle track, on the actual alignment and its linkages with nearby areas, the management road, and so forth. That is a in-depth study. We expect that by the middle of next year, that study will be completed. Now I hand over the time to Mr. Ma to explain to you in detail the works of stages 3B and 5A. Mr. Ma, thank you. On the 3B, 5A infrastructure works, let me brief you on the details.
Now, as you can see in the diagram, this Stage 3B infrastructure works that connects Kai Tak development area to Sanpo Kong, and you can see there will be a dual two-lane road connecting the Prince Edward Road East with Sanpo Kong, and those are single-lane slip roads, and there will also be a landscape elevated walkway LW4 connecting Sanpo Kong to Sanpo Kong. And in the direction of Choi Hong Estate, we're also going to build a pedestrian subway to connect to Choi Hong Estate. For infrastructure works, stage 5A, it will connect to Kai Tak River and Kowloon City area, including a single two-lane road L7 and a section of dual two-lane road D1, and also a single-lane slip road S15 and a pedestrian subway SW6 connecting to Prince Edward Road East, or across Prince Edward Road East connecting to the future preservation corridor for the Long Chun Stone Bridge, remnants, and the playground, and also associated footpaths, street lighting, traffic aids, drainage, sewerage, water mains, landscaping, and ancillary works, and also implementation of environmental mitigation measures and relevant monitoring and audit works. The total commitment is $2,200 million, and we're going to submit to the PWSC papers, but before that we're going to adjust the estimated cost. If we obtain funding, the works will commence in the third quarter of this year for completion in 2020. So much for my presentation, Chairman. Thank you. Questions or comments from members? I'd like to remind members that in relation to 83A of the Rules of Procedures, if members have direct or indirect pecuniary interest in relation to the item that the member wishes to speak, please disclose the nature of the interest before you speak. So let me read out the names. Members who'd like to ask questions: Dr. Helena Wong, Ms. Chen Yun Han, Mr. Yu Si Wing, anyone else? And Dr. Fernando Zhang. Questions and answers, I'll give you 4 minutes each. Dr. Helena Wong. Chairman, I have 2 questions. The first one relates to SW4, the pedestrian subway connecting Choi Hong Estate. And Choi Hong Estate is an elderly estate with a lot of elderly residents. So I want to know, for the pedestrian subway, whether lift towers or barrier-free access for the wheelchair-bound will be available, or will they have to rely on a slope instead? And for Kai Ching Estate, and just now, Ms. Ying said that there is a population of 30,000 at the moment after its completion in 2013, and some blocks will begin its intake stage soon. Now, I'd like to know that there is a Kai Tak Road playground next to the estate. Now, I've asked you a number of times, Ms. Ying, for Kai Ching and Tak Long, there is a population of 190,000. And they'd like to ask you when this idle site would be turned into a playground, because at the moment the site remains vacant and idle. And I happened to ask the Director of Buildings the same question, and he said that there is a long queue. So does it mean that the construction of the whole area will have to be completed before you proceed with building a playground? Because residents there are most severely affected, and there will be 2 schools being commissioned soon. So will you advance the works with the playground? Another question on traffic. I understand for PRE, that is Prince Edward Road East, I understand that very frequently there is traffic congestion. If one drives out of the Kai Tak tunnel, then right at the end of the tunnel there will be traffic congestion. So I'd like to know the traffic impact in the future. Ms. Ying, would you like to take the 3 questions? Now, first of all, for the pedestrian subway SW4 connecting to Choi Hung Estate, there will be a lift tower for elderly and the wheelchair-bound to use the subway. As for the park, Dr. Wong understands the situation very well, and we have been discussing with the LCSD, and we have been providing more information to them such that they can, as soon as possible, obtain funding for the construction. Now we're just waiting for the funding to be passed. As for traffic congestion along Prince Edward Road East, as you can see in the drawing, there is a yellow line traversing Kai Tak, and this is T2. When this road is completed in the beginning of 2017, this will alleviate the traffic burden along Prince Edward Road East, such that one doesn't need to make a detour to Prince Edward Road East. One can take this passageway, this route, to go to instead of taking Mark Talcock Road, and the traffic congestion should be alleviated. You said that the design of the park has been completed. Does it mean that you cannot control when the LCSD will build the park? Why is it that for roads you are in control, as we have this application, but not the park? I wonder if the office is responsible for the construction of the park. The park is jointly initiated by not the Development Bureau but the Home Affairs Bureau. So we need to wait for the HAB to give priority to the construction of the park. What about roads? Is it under the TH Bureau? As for the construction of roads, same as this item, we will seek funding approval. As for the other roads, it belongs to the trunk roads. Well, Chairman, I think this is problematic because you have completed the design, but you have no timetable. You allow things to be left uncoordinated among government bureaus. If it's up to the HAB to decide whether priority will be given to the park, then there is no timetable, whereas the population has begun to increase in the area. It's impossible not to have a timetable. Ms. Chen Yun-han. Well, just now Dr. Helena Wong already asked this question in relation to Choi Hung Estate. I want to make it clear that there is already a subway at the moment. The works involves only widening the existing subway. Is that right? Or is it that there will be a new subway and the original subway will remain? Let's answer the first question. The SW4 is a new pedestrian subway allowing direct connection from Choi Hung Estate to Kai Tak development. area, including serving the 2 schools under construction at the moment. For the new subway, it has a width of 3.5 meters, right? And length of 2.8, around 180 meters. Now I'm asking whether you're turning the old subway into a new one, and you just said that this is a new subway, and you answered Dr. Wong that there will be a lift tower. Now you must understand that for Choi Hung Estate there are a lot of elderly residents, and they'd like to take a stroll along the waterfront in Kai Tak development. I want to know whether the supporting facilities are sufficient, or whether there will just be 2 lift towers. Now on each end of the subway SW4 there will be a lift tower. What is the capacity? 12 persons. Well, it goes at the speed of half a minute, and the waiting time will be just half a minute. But there is only 1 tower each. It is important to have lift towers because this is an important traffic location. I just want to make sure that there is sufficient facilities. Now, but you may say that let's try with just 1 set at the moment. Well, this is the facility connecting the old district with the new one. And the second question is about Simei Street. You know, at the moment there are lots of vehicles parked there. So how are you going to resolve the issue in Simei Street? Well, Stage 3B follows the completion of Stage 3A. We understand in San Po Kong there is demand for car parks. So for Stage 3B, we have reprovisioned some permanent parking spaces for lorries, which should meet the local demand. To meet the demand, but can it really be achieved, or are you going to build a new car park? Ms. Ying, thank you, Chairman. For Stage 3A, we have already built a car park to meet the demand, and in the construction process for the streets in the vicinity like Simei Street and Chek Luk Street, we have already widened the roads, and we have been maintaining close liaison with the local groups, and at the moment we believe that our approach is appropriate. We have not received any complaints. Well, Ms. Ying, please note that there is serious illegal parking problem there. Next question on 5A. Point 3. There will be a pedestrian subway SW6 of about 120 meters long across PRE, connecting the future preservation corridor for the Longchun Stone Bridge remnants. Well, I think, yes, this is important, and I thank the government for noting the issue. But the problem is this. I want to know whether this is a new initiative or whether you are building on the existing facilities. Ms. Ying, please be brief, as she's running out of time. Well, this is for preserving the trail, the heritage trail, so that one can use the subway to reach the Kowloon City playground. But you know, there is another route to To Kwa Wan. Do you understand what I mean? That is for Sha Tin Central Link. There will be an MTR station, and there is another subway 500 meters long. Do you know about that, Ms. Ying? Yes, I know. That is from To Kwa Wan to Matao Kok. There is another pedestrian subway, 500 meters. 500 meters from the Song and Qing dynasty. Yes, in 2014 it was discovered during an archaeological study. Some remnants were discovered during the study. As for the pedestrian subway, that's within the scope of Sha Tin Central Link project, And as I understand, they will discuss with the AAB on how to handle it. Chairman, I have some more questions. Well, in all fairness, please wait for your second round. Next, Mr. Yu Siwing. Thank you, Chairman. Again, questions on the 2 subways. Now, I understand that subway provides an alternative route, or residents may sometimes use alternative routes for the sake of convenience. I want to know, for the connecting points, whether other roads or paths are available. And have you looked into the issue of pedestrians using these pathways instead of the subways for convenience? Have you conducted any survey and see if this will happen? Otherwise, the subways might become the shelter for the homeless or street sleepers, and there will be a problem of street sleepers there. Who would take the question? Mr. Ma. I thank Mr. Chair for the question. Apart from these 2 subways, there are other road crossings, but there will be elevated roads across Prince Edward Road East. We consider this option, but then to cross PERE with elevated walkway, the height will have to be very tall. So we opt for pedestrian subways, and we're going to provide associated lighting so as to ensure safety for subway users. I want to know whether there are alternative routes from older districts to Kai Tak. If there are no other alternative pathways, then the 2 subways will be the major connection. But I want to know whether it is possible for people to use other routes at grade or elevated pathways instead of the subways. Now, members may know that for Kai Tak development area, it used to be the airport, and for security reasons, it is by and large segregated from other districts. But it is now surrounded by the Prince Edward Road East, which is very busy. I think it will be very difficult for pedestrians to just cross the road without using any crossing. So apart from renovating existing subways, we have provided new subways and footbridges. Altogether, there will be 13 new subways or footbridges. And we've also considered whether some subways or footbridges may not have sufficient patronage, and that street sleepers may occupy them instead. Now, at these crossings or subways, we're going to align their locations with neighborhoods, such as primary schools, bus stops, and residential neighborhood, so that these facilities can meet the demand of the neighborhood, and also a facility to connect the neighborhood to the future playground. So to answer Mr. Chair's question, we have considered these matters in detail when we design the location of these facilities. Dr. Fernando Zhang. I think the crux of the problem, if members are worried about subways and footbridges being occupied by street sleepers, is high rental and insufficient land or housing supply. I think to tackle the problem at source, you cannot just shun the issue, but to resolve housing issues. We're talking about infrastructure works, subways, footbridges, and other ancillary facilities, drainage, so on and so forth. I'm not very familiar with the area. I don't have much view on the infrastructure works. However, for Kai-Tak development on the northern side, mostly there are public housing developments. On the southern side, it serves as a tourism spot with the cruise terminal and luxury homes and hotel developments. All in all, the northern area is more densely populated than the southern area. Only 30 hectares of land out of the 300 hectares in Kai-Tak is residential, and just 9 hectares for public housing. And I want to pick up on Dr. Wang's point. The public housing estates have started their population intake, including Kai-Ching, and I'm concerned about local facilities, recreational facilities, so on and so forth. I want to know whether the works will be completed at the same time. As the North Apron area is being developed, I want to know whether other facilities are being constructed at the same time for residents there. Because after the residents have moved in, if apart from basic infrastructure facilities, there is no timetable for other facilities such as playground, as mentioned by Dr. Wong, then this is unfair because it is quite densely populated already. On the southern side, we understand that there are lots of developments across the cruise terminal, followed by a monorail system.
There's the monorail transport system, environmentally friendly, and then there's the part connects to T2. There are quite a lot of works there, and it will be very pretty, and there will be there will be a park on a podium, and a lot of the southern part is being planned upon. Now, for both north and southern parts, we take into account the residents' needs, and we try to coordinate in terms of timing as people move in, and we try to coordinate with LCSD to try to have developments in step with each other. Now, on the development of the park, I understand that the development there is lagging, and many of us are concerned, and we hope that this can be informed to the departments concerned so that there can be a discussion if necessary. Next, Wu Chi Wai. Now, first, I'd like to ask the Bureau to confirm, is Kai-Tak development a new development area? Because Professor Anthony Cheung has stressed that new development areas should be bicycle friendly, but it seems that here all we have is that there are cycle tracks in the going to the parks, and from the perspective of cycling friendly policy, now I hope that the roads linking the new areas to the old areas, there shouldn't be a sign prohibiting bicycles from entry. because at Tinhua Road, the section of the runway prohibits bicycles from entering, so it's quite unreasonable. So I hope Planning Department can tackle this. Also, about the LW4 landscaped pedestrian deck. Now I see this scheme. Now the deck is quite wide. You have 2 meters on each side for landscaping. Now, will there be planters, low shrubs, and will there be irrigation facilities so that they don't become a rubbish bin? Because it happened now and then with low planters in this part of the city. Now, if the pedestrian walkway needs to be widened, then can we switch from planters back to walkway? And then there is an SW4 subway from Choi Hong Estate to the GIC site next to the primary school, and a little bit past Choi Hong Estate there is quite a convenient subway system. Now, if you can link up to that system, then it would be a very profitable alignment, so that most of the population is covered by the subways, so that one doesn't have to go from one system to another. They would all be linked. Now, on the tunnels being bicycle friendly. Now, should we allow bicycles to enter the tunnels? Now, that's part of transport policy. Now, we understand Mr. Wook's concern. We will reflect this concern to the Transport and Housing Bureau. Commissioner, Mr. Ma, we thank the member for his question. Now, LW4 is a landscaped deck for pedestrians. Now, on that footbridge, there is an irrigation system, and in other peripheral areas of Kai Tak, the plants there are taken care of by LCSD, and so far the situation has been satisfactory. Now, for SW4, now, will there be overlapping with the subway system near Peng Shek Estate? Now, the Peng Shek Estate system is deficient in that one has to go up and then come down, and there are a lot of corners. Whereas the SW4 is a straight subway, one can see through, so the environment is better. The question has not been answered. How can you integrate the old and new systems? I'm not asking you to straighten the tunnels. Next, Frederick Fong. A simple question. Now, I'm referring to the chart in Annex 2. Now, when I asked this question in the last meeting. Now, D2, from Kwun Tong to Kowloon City, now one has to make a big circle and go past Prince Edward Road East. That is, traveling from Kwun Tong. In the middle is it a red line, Annex 2. Now, this line is not yet open. It's still work in progress, and it will provide a wide access. So when will that be completed? That should be completed at the end of this year or early next year. Is there any provisional way? Because when I drove there, I lost my way. I didn't know where I was going. A lot of works at Kai Tak area are in progress. Now they need some work sites. So the North Apron, now 80 to 90% of the site is used as a work site. And now and then, there are roads, the alignment of which are continually being shifted to facilitate the works. Now, so we can't provide this kind of access that you prefer. Now, the road is due to be completed soon, so please be patient. Is the progress still the same, at the same pace as when you answered me last year? It's the same. It hasn't slowed. I also like to mention now Mr. Wu Chi-wai asked about the greening on the footbridge or deck. Now, I also asked the administration to provide greening at other meetings, so it will benefit the pedestrians. Now, very often such facilities on footbridges are in acceptable shape. Now, if you don't have good management, the purpose cannot be achieved. And also the document mentioned the Kai Tak fantasy. Is there a time when you can come to this panel for more discussion of that? Now, Mr. Wu Chi-wai talked about the bicycle matter. Now, I'm concerned too. We are a smart city. We talk about electrical vehicles. Now, will there be a lot of charging facilities? I hope they won't only be found in car parks. Have you considered that? Perhaps can you answer briefly? Thank you. Now, Kai Tak Fantasy, as mentioned, now in 2014 we completed the international design competition, and this is now actively being promoted, and the water body at the typhoon shelter is used for some water-related activities, and there are more in-depth studies for the end of the runway, and the entire Kai Tak area, the work should be completed in 2022, and the Tourism Commission has received 22 proposals, and the office responsible for promotion of Kowloon East is studying them. Now, you mentioned electrical vehicles. We have a new policy called Smart City, and there's a pilot scheme for Kai Tak development area. Now, we installed from smart water meters, and there's a sharing of parking information, and Kai Tak We are studying with KMB, Kowloon Motor Bus, that there will be a bus terminus near the public housing at the North Apron, where electrical buses can charge for electricity. Now, I have another suggestion for the footbridge. Very often the administration uses the bridge for advertising. Now, if you allow for these advertising facilities, it would be simpler if they are installed now. Otherwise, the advertisements may not be very sightly. Any other persons for the first round? If not, we come into the second round. There are 3 members who indicated they wish. Chen Yun Han, Helena Wong, and Wu Chi Wai. 3 minutes each. Chen Yun Han. I'd like to follow up on my earlier question on the Longchun Bridge remains. Now, on the environment close to that area, we've followed up for a number of years. Now, the 500-meter stretch to To Kwa Wan, now it's a very important link between the Song dynasty and Qing dynasty. Now, I heard half a year ago that the project would be abandoned, and I talked to Ms. Ying. I hope that she would see to it that the project is retained. Secondly, I support your current approach for Choi Hong Estate. Now, we've monitored the situation for over 10 years. The 3.5 meter width is sufficient. Now, I'm arguing with the commissioner on the other point. T2, Kowloon East. Right now, T2 comes from Sai Kung. It comes from under the sea, and then up at Tong Tao. There are many flyovers so that the Kai Tak River inlet is very dark. So I hope that Kai Tak River is now planned to be very good looking, but there are so many flyovers at the approach to the river, making it very dark. So let's not have that. Now, T2 should not be at the outlet. Can it be at Ngau Tau Kok? As you can see, it's like a lot of spaghetti tying up the Tong Tau area, and we have argued about that. So I hope that you would pay attention. Now, no answer is required. We have argued about this many times. The Commissioner, you want to respond briefly? Thank you. Now, as Ms. Chen said, for this issue, we have explored this several times. The Highways Department is also involved. We try to improve the situation, and we will discuss further. Now, on the conservation of Song Dynasty, Yuan Dynasty, and Qing Dynasty heritage sites, we will monitor that. Now, on the Kai Tak Promenade Park, now Ms. Ying said that the design has been done, and we are now waiting for the LCSD. Perhaps the commissioner can tell us about the plan and the expected cost of the Kai Tak Promenade Park, so that we can liaise with the other departments. Now, I'd like to reiterate, I'm against this type of development. You have nice design, but it's not coordinated, and people have moved in already. So I hope you will change this piecemeal approach. I hope you will write to the other departments, and I hope the chairman can talk to the Home Affairs department. Now, on the SW4 pedestrian subway, right now it's links to Choi Hong Estate, and on Kai Tak side there are 3 GIC sites near Kai Ching. Now, first there's the one near primary school, where school is soon to open. Now, to the north of the primary school, the GIC sites there, do you know the uses? And also near the primary school, there are many students who may need to cross over back to Choi Hong. They may use the subway there. Now, can the subway be linked to the primary school? Otherwise, they have to cross the road before they can go down into the subway, because it's quite dangerous to cross the road, because there are no railings in the design of Kai Tak area. So can you realign the subways to link up to the primary school side?
Mr. Chen, yes, the park design is being done by the ASD. So I'll relay your comment to the ASD and see if they can give information. Just the official said that the design has been completed. Well, as for the design itself, maybe you're talking about different things. Is it? Yes, I think that they consulted the Kowloon City District Council on the design. The park includes fitness equipment for elderly people, badminton courts, and so forth. We'll ask the ASD to submit to you their design and the estimated budget. Okay, how about the subway? Can it be made accessible to the primary schools? Yes, you asked about the in the GIC site. There is actually zoned as a school, so the SW4 will have connectivity to the secondary school. As for whether we can make it accessible to the primary school, because SW4 now is actually affected by the infrastructure of the underground infrastructure of the nearby flyover. In between the secondary school and the primary school, there is an access road. We'll look into how to further enhance the connectivity. That is the second and third GIC. The underground structure between the schools cannot allow for the connectivity to be done. What are the exact problems? Between the primary and the secondary school, the crossing, is it not safe for students to cross the area? Outside Kai Tak is the walkway. Can you provide an exit for the secondary school and then let people cross the street to go all the way to the primary school? Can there be an exit near the primary school? Because if there are any accidents, school districts will be most vulnerable. Using the perspective of pedestrian safety, please look into this, because now you are expecting people to cross the street. But Dr. Wong is thinking that subway may be a safer option than asking people to cross the street at on ground level. So please consider which is a better option. Next one, Wu Chi-wai. Several questions. We are talking about the pedestrian walkway. I think my question there was not answered. If there are a lot of people using the walkway and if there's a need to widen the walkway, do you think the current design can accommodate a further widening in the future? And also, just then a colleague asked, because there are a number of works that actually have taken back the parking sites for trucks. You said you've made arrangement to accommodate the trucks. Are we talking about temporary storage area for trucks or multi-story car parks for trucks? If you have made the arrangement, then what about the number of parking spaces for trucks? Compare with the current usage, would that mean that many of the trucks will not have any space at all for parking? And my third question is, in W4, I asked the question earlier that because in these nearby areas there is a tunnel that connects Ping Shek Estate, Chong Estate. My suggestion for you is, could you, within the works area of SW4, create an extension or a subway that can link the old subway with it, so that the old and the new subways can be connected. Particularly the residents in Ping Shek Estate can easily come to the site through the tunnel, the connected subway. Thank you, Ms. Ying, for your 3 questions. For SW4, the entire walkway is 10 meter wide, of which 6 meter is for pedestrians. Our estimate of pedestrian capacity is that 6 meters is wide enough for the estimated pedestrian flow. But should there be even more people using it, we can actually further widen the area for pedestrian use. As for CB Street, the car parking spaces on roadsides in a 3A stage, we have actually created a permanent reprovisioning, providing the same number of spaces. So if there are 10 car parking spaces affected in the current project, then 10 we will compensate for that elsewhere. And why can't there be a synergy effect for the old and new subways? Please note that in this area in particular, near the subways, there are a lot of vehicular flyovers above it. Therefore, so the subway they talk about is here. If you want it to come right back underground, it's extremely difficult to make it a roundabout, a circuit way. It took us a lot of effort to find an alignment. No, I didn't mean that complicated. I'm saying that, well, she is saying that they cannot be connected. No, if you're familiar with the location, this exit at Choi Hong Estate, 30 meters further in front, people can get into the subway. I'm just asking, between the two subways, is that a pedestrian walkway? Can it be turned into a covered walkway? That's it. I'm not asking for any complicated works. Can you look into that, please? Yes. I think this item is due to be actually be finished 10 to 4. We've actually ran over time, but I'll ask Chang Yuhan to ask. Would you want one more point? Okay, one sentence. I'm just trying to say that as for, I think your point about the number of car parking spaces, 10, that's not the right number. Well, that's just an example that I used. Give me the numbers, please. Number of car parking spaces there. Yeah, I'll give it to you afterwards. That means that the principle is there'll be no reduction in the number of car parking spaces for trucks. Okay, I think Chen Yuhan can ask the last question and then we'll take a vote on this item. 2 minutes? Pasime Street, you still need to get the approval from the Wong Tai Sin District Council. If you use the site, if you can't actually provide the car parking spaces there, that will be problematic. So I support Wu Chi-wai's point. My other point is, I think put before us actually are quite a number of projects. I think the planning department and engineering department have done their job, indeed, in linking up the old and new parts of Kowloon East. But Ms. Ying, I just want to ask you one more question. From I also asked them, I can see that Yu Si Wing is concerned about the connectivity between old and new towns. Sanyi Garden is in that area. Do you think that, Chairman, the old and new towns, Prince Edward Road has such busy traffic. If you don't have flyovers or subways, it's very difficult for people to go from that part to the other part of Kowloon East. So, do you think we can actually move ahead the schedule, or would there be any obstacles? Ms. Ying? Yeah, I was saying that Prince Edward East is quite complicated, so we will have 13 sets of flyovers and subways that actually cross Prince Edward Road East. And for any progress that's been made or any projects that are in need of funding, we'll actually make requests to LegCo in due course. Yes, as Ms. Ying just said, all of these little projects are important, and each one of them may need the support of the relevant district council. Chairman, I'd just like to praise the government for actually listening in to so much public opinions in its development of Kai Tak development. I'd like to make a point on that. Okay, yeah, certainly we'll monitor it. Thank you. I think that's it for discussion on this topic. From what I've heard, it seems that members would support this item for proposing to the PWSC for funding request. I hope that the administration on the requests made and also the demands for supplementary information requested by Dr. Leonard Wong, Chen Yuhan and Wu Chi-wai, please, as soon as possible, provide us with the information. It has to be before the item goes before the PWSC. Okay, so members, no objection? Let's move on to the next item then. Thank you. Next item, number 6, is on the PWP item number 45, CG District Cooling System at Kai Tak Development. Let's invite the administration to come in. So let me welcome the representatives from the administration. The name list is put before you. So administration, please give us a briefing on this item. You have a PowerPoint, right? So please be concise. Who would do it? Thank you, Chairman. Yes, Mrs. Ma. In 2015, we actually briefed members on the project already and consulted you already as well. And now for this stage 3 work is on the underground facilities. As for the details, I'll invite Mr. Zhang from EMSD to brief us on it. To be brief, I'll tell you what district cooling system it is. Basically, it's through the central chiller plant and underground water pipe network to provide some chilled water to buildings, sparing them to need to have a separate chilling plant rooms. And the benefits of district cooling system is that it can save 35% and 50% respectively of electricity and emission, and it can also reduce 80 million kWh in electricity consumption and 59,500 tons in CO2. And there will also be reduction in noise, vibration, and heat. As I mentioned earlier, so if there's no need to put in place chilling plant at atop a building, then that will reduce the heat island effect with the district cooling system. And also, there will also be better flexibility for building designs. Rooftop gardens can be built, and it can also the system will be more adaptable to varying demand as compared to individual air conditioning system. This map shows you the area, which is the area to be given district cooling system bounded by the red lines. And the areas on the map below, you can see that the areas surrounded by blue lines are where the pipes are put in place. For the red lines, they are areas where the pipes are being put in place or will be put in place. In the south, the plant room, it was built in 2013. It has connected and also providing water to the Kowloon Kai-Tak Cruise Terminal. And Keijing Estate and Tat Long Estate, the two shopping malls there, have been given the chilling system. Two secondary schools were also connected with the chilling system last week. And in 2017, we provide the chilling facility to hospital and MTR stations. In this map, the blue area is where the pipes are ready. The purple lines are where in the Phase 3, Category C works. They are where the Category C works are. This is where we are now requesting funding for pipes to be put in areas surrounded by the dotted lines. And the CEDD is requesting funding to build up the pipes, or to lay the pipes. The estimated cost of the project of the entire chilling system is $4,945.5 million. The Phase 1, 2, 3 Package A and 3 Package B costs have been approved by LegCo at a cost of $3,905.7 million. And together with the estimated cost of $153.7 million for Phase 3 Package C, we plan to seek endorsement and funding approval from PWSC and FC in the second quarter of 2016 to increase the APE of 45 CG to $3,905.7 million. We got the funding from LegCo back in 2011 for Phase 1 and Phase 2. And in Phase 3C, we got funding of Phase 3B, we got funding of $6.1 million in 2015. And the Phase 3C, we expect the cost to be at $153.7 million. And we will also seek FC's approval for the funding, which is estimated to be $1,039.9 million by phases for the remaining works in the next few years, depending on the development of KTD. And we have now commissioned the CDD to carry out the piping work because it's working on DI and LT. As for the charging principles, we hope that the cost of district cooling services will be comparable to that of individual water-cooled air conditioning system using cooling towers, and we expect to recover both capital and operating costs within 30 years. And in March 2015, the District Cooling Services Ordinance was passed by LegCo. The ordinance provides for the imposition of charges for the district cooling services and other related matters. The key tariff components include capacity charge, calculated based on contract cooling capacity. The other is the consumption charge, based on actual cooling consumption. That's it for my briefing. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zheng. Just like to remind you all that according to our rules of procedure 33A, if any member has any direct or indirect pecuniary interest in this topic, that member needs to disclose his interest before speaking. So may I now invite members to ask questions?
May I suggest that each member has 4 minutes to ask questions, including the government's reply. 2 members have indicated they wish to ask questions, including Mr. Ray Chen and Dr. Loy Kwok. Mr. Ray Chen. Thank you, Chairman. Now, first of all, I'd like to ask about project cost. I'm looking at the table. The original project estimate at a very early stage was 1.7 billion. Now it's some 4.89 billion dollars. I want to know whether it has to do with a change in the project plan or cost overrun. And there will be another chunk of funding required. When will that happen? And will the $4.9 billion cost be or estimate be exceeded? And second question, I read from media reports that some schools would like to withdraw from the district cooling system. I'd like to know have an update. I'd like to have an update because according to them, the charges are too high and there is no extra subsidy from the Education Bureau and it's beyond their affordability. I want to know in relation to the charges whether unlike other commercial organizations, the schools cannot afford these charges, such that as they withdraw from the DCS, the overall efficiency will be lowered. Who will take the question, Ms. Ma? Thank you, member, for the questions. I will take your second question first. And for the first question, I will defer to Mr. Lai from EMSD to take your question. As for schools participating in the district cooling system, as we reported before, 2 schools would, on a pilot basis, use the district cooling system in the district. And as we understand, the 2 schools will be completed soon, and they will be using the district cooling system. As for the charges to be borne by the 2 schools, as I understand, the Education Bureau will discuss with the schools to come up with a fair and reasonable approach that is to provide some sort of assistance to these 2 schools. Now, as I said just now, these 2 schools will use the DCS on a pilot basis. And at that time, our calculation was based on the 2 schools' usage only. So even if these 2 schools decide not to join the DCS, it will not affect our cost effectiveness. Is it the case that they have considered and decided not to participate from the DCS or what? Do you understand the question? I don't know which 2 schools you're referring to, but some schools, for schools that eventually agreed to use DCS on a pilot basis, there are just 2 schools. I don't know what schools you're referring to, but I want to tell you that so far only 2 schools have agreed to join the DCS on a pilot basis. And as for funding, we have by phases applied for funding with the Legislative Council, and as explained by my colleague Mr. Zhang, the total project estimate is $4.9 billion. And we don't see a high likelihood of cost overrun. Maybe I'll defer to Mr. Lai. Thank you, Chairman. In 2013, when we applied for funding in the Council, we explained that because of increase in market prices and other unforeseen circumstances during the construction process, such as special arrangements for underground utilities, for example, the adoption of boring instead of open excavation. We explained the situation as we applied for funding in 2013 to the Legislative Council. As for the $4.9 billion estimate, we believe that works can be completed within budget because works are in progress and the progress is so far satisfactory. We believe that we can finish the project within budget. What about the remaining parts of the project? Do you have a timetable? Thank you for the question. As for the remaining works required, depending on the progress of works at the Kai Tak development area, we will apply for funding. For example, when roads are to be constructed, we will lay pipes at the same time. So depending on the overall development of KTD, we will work with the CDD and apply for funding for the remaining works. I think the member would like to know the concept or the overall picture for the remaining works, whether they will be carried out in phases, and what is the timetable, say in 2 or 3 years? Mr. Lai, can you give us a picture of that, Mr. Zhang? Well, like Mr. Lai said, for the remaining works, we will coordinate the works with the CDD on the construction of roads, and we believe that there will be another funding application in 2 to 3 years. Dr. Lo Wai Kwok. Chairman, thank you. The 3 government representatives here are all familiar faces because they were also the government representatives in the Bills Committee on District Cooling System, and the bill was passed by the Legislative Council in March 2015, followed by this publication in the Government Gazette, and now it's a formal funding application. Of course, I'm going to support this because DCS of such a large scale is something new in Hong Kong, and it has been proven to be environmentally friendly. So my question is, when are you going to have sufficient operational data so that we can assess its cost effectiveness and energy efficiency? So we're talking about 2 things: cost effectiveness, that is, whether it's cost effective based on this usage, and second concept, energy efficiency and emission reduction. We need sufficient data, and the operation should be carried out on a certain scale so as to obtain sufficient data for assessment so that it can serve as reference in future projects. I am happy to see that DCS can also be implemented in future development projects. So for future NDAs, my question is this: is the government intended to build DCS in new NDAs, new development areas? And do you have any new development projects in mind which will include district cooling systems? Yes, who will take the question? Ms. Ma? Maybe I will defer to my EMSD colleague to respond to the first two questions. Mr. Lai? Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Member, for the question. Now, regarding data, as Dr. Low may understand, we're at the initial stage of operation. We have so far 5 users: the cruise terminal, government offices, schools, and shopping malls of housing estates. When the whole project is completed, we believe that there will be 50 or 60 users. So we only have 1/10 of the expected users at the moment. So as for data, I think we need to wait for completion of the KTD project, when more than half of the prospective users have connected to the DCS before we have sufficient data. So we're talking about a few years' time. But from the experience of other countries such as Singapore and Europe and the US, the data provided have demonstrated its energy efficiency and the ability to reduce emission. Yes, Ms. Ma? Now, the Development Bureau has looked into other new development areas. As the member suggests, the DCS is an environmentally friendly initiative. So, in developing a new area, when the Bureau considers what to implement, the DCS can also be considered, and we will look at whether there are the conditions for environmentally friendly initiatives are available. But we will also consider that along with local characteristics. Dr. Helena Wong. Well, on the whole, I support energy efficient initiatives. But first of all, for the DCS, you have applied for funding by phases. So I want to know altogether, how much public money are we talking about? $4.9 billion, all right. So in paragraph 17 of your paper, you talked about DCS charges. You said that the tariff has been set at a competitive level, and you expect to recover both the capital and operating costs over 30 years. I don't know whether you've included maintenance costs. If only $4.9 billion are required, I want to know whether you can meet your objective, that is to recover costs in 30 years. Because altogether, you just said that there would be 50 or 60 users. Do you have a list of users who have given the undertaking? And also another list of potential users who have not given an undertaking. Because in the end, if there aren't many users, then there will be a big problem. If you only have 30 users, then can they really shoulder the cost? Or will it be more expensive than buying electricity from the power company? And second question, from the perspective of public hygiene, I want to know whether the Legionnaires' disease might be a potential hazard of the DCS, because if it is, then it will be a hazard for the whole district. Have you conducted any assessment? Ms. Ma. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Wong, for your support of the DCS as an energy-efficient system. Now, on the tariff of DCS charges, we're talking about, first of all, public facilities and government offices or government buildings such as the government complex and the cruise terminal. They are already users. As for other users, according to our consultation, members have indicated support, and for commercial sites, they would also be users of the DCS, and at that time members also suggested including as a term of the land sale contract that for DCS to be used, and we looked into that, and we could require developers to connect their buildings to the DCS. As for the tariff, as mentioned in the paper, we have two kinds of charges. One is capacity charges, the other is consumption charges. That is to recover both the capital and operational costs. So for the capacity charge, basically it covers the maintenance costs. As for public health, maybe I will defer to Mr. Lai to take a question. Chairman, will there be a list? Some sites are not yet sold. In the land sale, the condition will be included. Because space can be saved for their developments. As I recall, there was no need to provide individual water-cooled AC units, so they can save space as well. What about the hospital? Ms. Ma, thank you for the question. The hospital will also use the DCS. So other users, we will see what their demand is, but as mentioned by Chairman, in the land sale condition, the DCS connection will also be included. So can you give us a list of users who are already using the DCS? Probably not all of the 50 users, but what about those you mentioned, the hospital, so on and so forth? Mr. Lai, or who else would like to take the question on public health? Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Wong, for your question. The DCS is different from the traditional water-cooled AC systems. There is no need for water cooling towers. We use enclosed pipes for chilled water to be distributed to buildings, and there will be a heat exchangers which will turn the which will convert the cooled air into air for air conditioning systems for buildings. So there won't be a problem of the Legionnaires' disease. We have an enclosed processing system. So from the public health point of view, definitely the DCS will be a better option than the individual cooling towers. Mr. Leung Kwok Hong. Chairman, starting from 2009, they have been applying for funding by phases. By 2015, prices have gone up by 6 times. What is the reason? A wrong estimate at the beginning, or that the prices go up, or did you change your supplier? Who would take the question? Ms. Ma. Thank you, Chairman. Well, we applied for funding in phases because the project is spanned across a long period of time. For the laying of pipes, they should be done in one go, and some road works have yet to be carried out. If they are done separately, then roads will need to be excavated repeatedly. And in order to be more efficient, our pipeline works have been aligned with road works, and that is why our works have also been carried out in phases. All right, understood. According to your paper, the APE was originally $1.6 billion. It was later revised to another amount, and then to $60 billion, and then last year $4.9 billion. So after the bill was passed, according to Dr. Loy Kwok, another increase, 3 times in 6 years. This is unacceptable. That is why I asked for the reason. If you say it's because of alignment of works, then you should have told the Council in the beginning. Let's think about it. What project would exceed its budget by original estimate by 2 or 3 times? And what happens if you have no uses for the DCS?
And will you use mainland products or German products or what? Which one will answer? Who will answer, please? Shall I? Let me answer the latter part first. Now, all our facilities were procured by international tender. There are different countries among the manufacturers. Are you referring to mainland share? Out of your total expenditure, how much is purchased from the mainland? You can supply the information later. We don't have the percentage, but we have systems from different countries, both from abroad and from the mainland. The contractor, is it China Overseas Construction or what? There are different stages, different contractors. Give us the information later. Yes. Why is there a cost overrun by 200%? Who can explain? Ms. Ma? Let me explain briefly. Now, in the meeting just now, I explained. Now, the Kai Tak DCS, in 2013, we reported to the panel, and we said that it is expected that the different stages will amount totally to $4.9 billion. That figure has not changed. I don't argue with you. This is what the document says. In 2009, $1.6 billion approved. 2013, June, $3.1 billion. And you said that in 2013, the estimate was $4.9 billion. Where is the basis? Perhaps this can be answered later, because other members want to ask questions in the second round, please. Mr. Wu Qinwai. 2 points. Now, I will try to help and answer. Now, in the beginning, the scope of the works are not as great as they are now, and so later you extended the scope and you asked for more money last time, so you should supply the relevant information. Now, I'd just like to ask, now, the law was passed in March 2015, and the price and the management structure, can you supply the information? Now, operation is now ongoing. we use a design, build, operate model. We have a contractor who designs, builds, and operates. Perhaps Mr. Lai can supplement. Design, build, and operate. Starting in 2013, we are already supplying the water, so the operation is ongoing. Now, since the charging arrangement was passed in 2015, the charging scale is fixed. Now, in the fixed amount, that fee would be adjusted according to inflation. I think Mr. Wu wants the figures. The cost, the fee, the operation mode, and how many people patronize you, are your patrons. It was been mentioned just now. I want to know the volume of use. Now for the 2015 to 15 charge for per kilowatt, it's 11,300, 0.159 per unit of water. We have the Kai Tai Cruiser Terminal, the industrial and commercial building, the 2 schools. How about the volume? It is about 8 to 10% of our final total volume. Mr. Wu, you would like to get the figures? First, I'd like to get the figure and the principle of your fee. Now, you are saying that it's competitive with the market. Can you compare with the market? Can you give us a figure that can facilitate comparison with market fee charges? Ms. Ma, simply put, what is a competitive price? Now, we compare with the water tower cooling method. Now, the DCS charge is lower than the water tower method. If members wish to get the detailed figures, we can supply after them after the meeting. Now, you need to get $100 million to lay the pipes, the mains. Now, you need to have several sites. Now, what will be on top of the sites, and when will the scheme be completed? Can you supply the information afterwards? Now, Mr. Lai, there are 2 new roads where we entrusted the CDD to lay the pipes for us. Now, we don't have the information on the land use. Can you supply the information later, please? Next, Kenneth Chen. Thank you, Chairman. I also like to ask Ms. Ma. There are 2 schools. Your pilot scheme will include those 2 schools. Now, I support the scheme, and I hope it progresses according to plan, and you in the private treaties you will include the terms, and then for the schools they have already joined, and in middle of last year there's Kowloon Manly School, as reported. The principal said that he couldn't pay the electricity charge, $200,000 per month, and unless the Education Bureau supports, he has to use other facilities. Now, Mr. Chechi Chun mentioned there are 2 schools involved. This is what we are concerned about. Now, the government hopes that there can be a district cooling system. Now, we are looking forward to quite reasonably that all publicly funded facilities should be connected to the DCS. Why is it that there's a problem with these two schools? Is it that the Education Bureau doesn't have the money? We don't want several buildings to be separate from the system, not connected to the system. If the Education Bureau cannot get the money, then I will, on behalf of Education Bureau, ask the Financial Secretary to provide the funds for the schools to build the facilities for connection to DCS. Ms. Ma? Of course, some schools may not have central cooling system. Now, other members mentioned this question. Perhaps you can explain again. Now, for the DCS, the electricity saving is for buildings which originally have central cooling system. And in that case, they will save energy by using the DCS. As for whether all schools in general use central air conditioning, now there are two schools that have entered into the pilot scheme, but as I understand, they haven't entered into formal operation yet, so we don't have the data to say that this DCS will be suitable for all schools, but we will monitor the two schools mentioned to see how they fare under the DCS, and so that the information can be shared with the Education Bureau. But the pilot scheme has not yet started to operate, so I can't say whether all schools should use the DCS. Now, I'd like to follow up with all due respect. Now, you say that there are two schools who will try it out under the pilot scheme, and then there's one school that will not be interested. Now, what does the government think? Now, I think the issue is whether the school needs central cooling system. Now, this school, the Manly School, will be part of the Kowloon Kai-Tak development, and it's public money. Well, they might find cheaper ways if they don't use so much air conditioning. Now, some users might say, I cannot afford it. If you do not mandate people to use central air conditioning, is that the reason the problem arises? Now, Ms. Ma said that these two schools have not yet started to operate. Now, they haven't enrolled any students yet. Now, it's already reported. Now, Ms. Ma, can you supplement? What is the picture? I must re-emphasize that I want to promote DCS, and I know that the government has the resources for two schools, and then another school says it doesn't have the money. So I'd like to help out. Now, if it's the Education Bureau, then I'll go after the Education Bureau. Now, you have two schools, you pay for them to come under the pilot scheme, but why not the third school? Mr. Chen seems to be saying, can you add another school to the pilot scheme? On whether a school should use the DCS, it depends on the energy savings. Now, we all try to promote energy savings, but some buildings may not need central air cooling. Then the cost savings may not be that significant. Now, for the 2 schools that joined the pilot scheme, although they haven't yet formally started to operate, as I understand it, they are basically completed in terms of construction, and the school sponsoring bodies concerned have agreed to join the pilot scheme. Now, should the scheme be extended to other schools? As I said, it's just a pilot scheme. We don't have the data to show that all schools in the district should use the DCS. So I think a more reasonable approach is to monitor the 2 schools after they start to operate, and then we have more data to decide whether to apply the DCS to all schools. Now, the energy saving performance of DCS, now in our knowledge, hotels and commercial buildings will definitely save money by joining DCS in the longer run. As for other buildings, if they don't use central air conditioning originally, we don't know whether they will save energy by using DCS. Now, it seems that the government wants to conduct an experiment. Now, you have 2 schools that are in the pilot scheme. So you seem to have a 3rd school that is not supplanted. You use it as a control in your experiment. I cannot accept that. Now, there will be more DCS applications. I think this attitude is not acceptable. If you want to make a comparison, you can compare schools outside the Kai-Tak area with those inside. I think all schools inside should have the DCS. So we end the discussion here. Will members support the funding application to the Public Works Subcommittee? Now, of course, some data, it emerged during our earlier discussion, are to be supplied by the administration after the meeting. I hope the data could be supplied as soon as possible if there is no dissent. Now, when we scrutinize the bill all along, we have dwelt on the cost to the schools. Now, if the schools are connected, will the Education Bureau pay for it? So before this matter goes to BWSC, I require the administration to provide a detailed document. So please let us know about the policy. Now, this is a trial scheme, and Mr. Chen has his views on that. Now, for that information, I hope it can be supplied later. Now, if there are no expression of objection, I think most people are in support for this item going to BWSC. And Mr. Leung Kwok Hong is here. He would like to have certain information. I hope it can be supplied ASAP. Thank you for attending. We come to item number 7, creation and redeployment of directorate posts in Civil Engineering and Development Department and Planning Department. Please invite the representatives in. First, I welcome the government representatives. The lists are on your table. Now, please brief us succinctly. There will be a PowerPoint. Please be succinct because we are a little bit behind our schedule by about 10 minutes, Mr. Hon. Now, I know we are short of time, so I will not go into details. I just like to point out that this is to establish and redeploy directorate posts within the CEDD and Planning Department. We hope to have member support. First, I will invite Mr. Lam, Tsai Hong, Project Manager, to use the PowerPoint to brief us on the proposal for CEDD, and then I will ask my colleague from the Planning Department to brief us. Mr. Lam. Now, in January this year, the Lantau Development Advisory Committee submitted its report to the government, and there are proposals for use of space, recreation and culture, etc. And proposals were made for the next stage, and now public views are being gathered, and then the administration will form the overall development plan for Lantau. Since the plan is wide-ranging, we have to undertake a lot of studies to provide data for public consultation. Now, all the data or the information is in the document. I will not repeat them. And Lantau is key to Hong Kong's development. We need to communicate with different stakeholders, and we need to enter into statutory procedures and discussion with the public at different stages so that the works can be conducted in a cost-effective manner. And we need to align our teams. Right now, the work is in different departments and units. Most of the work is in CDD, whereas planning is under Planning Department, and the Development Bureau is also involved. Now, this approach is not ideal, so we think that under the CDD there should be a specialized Lantau Development Office to steer and coordinate the development for Lantau. That is the preferred approach. And a lot of the planning is now in a preliminary stage. There should be high-level support. So we want to put both planning and works to be catered to in this development office, so that the development office can provide one-stop support for all concerned, so that there can be better communications and decision making, and also this will facilitate communication with the public.
Besides doing study and promoting the work, the office will also promote development of Lantau, arranging for and organizing activities like music events or sports contests at Lantau. To establish the new Lantau Development Office, we need to create 4 numeric director posts for 5 years, up to 2021 March 31st. They include 1 principal government engineer, Director Grade 3, 1 Government Town Planner at D2 level, as one of the Deputy Director of the office, and also 2 Chief Engineers at D1 level. The 4 colleagues will, together with other department staff, carry out the work together. With the development of LDO, the CDDs will need to have reorganization to create new offices for various infrastructural works, and also to overlook the provision of additional land supply. We will submit proposals to the establishment subcommittee for approval later on. Mr. Lee, any supplement? Chairman, yes, the planning department is proposing the creation of a post of a government town planner at D2 level for up to 2021 and the March 31st. The town planner will be responsible for work to provide support to the additional work that is being handled by the town planning board. For details, please refer to Annex 2. I'm happy to answer any questions members may have on this post of a CTPD1. Now it's time for members to ask questions. Propose that each will have 4 minutes, including the reply from the administration. 3 members have said that they will ask questions. Kenneth Chen, Wu Chi Wai, Yu Si Wayne, Mr. Kenneth Chen. Thank you. Looking at the paper, I think there are a lot of worth asking questions, but time is limited. On the Land Town Development Office, page 4, paragraph 10 and 11. It's quite a thick document, but I'm very interested in knowing. Now you have a multidisciplinary office carrying out with the planning, coordination work. In paragraph 10, from Roman letter I, 1 to 18, the list of works to be done. And item 17, it says that it will arrange or provide support to local events in Lantau, for example, music festival, sports competition, and so forth. Shouldn't they be the work of LCSD, Home Affairs Department? Why is this that this new Lantau Development Office will do this? I believe many of its staff will be engineers. So why is it that the office will be expected to do such work? Is it that you are actually wearing hats that you should not be wearing? What's the purpose? Point 1. And secondly, public engagement, I know it's very tough. If you go to a district, whether you go with the secretary or undersecretary, you will attract a lot of attacks from conservationists to villagers. They will come out to greet you. And now you're saying you have to employ a large number of staff. I wonder how many staff you're talking about and how you're going to provide such great manpower to carry out a systematic public engagement, for the planning for Lantau. And the town planning board, Chairman, I know we kept asking you when the ordinance will be reviewed, and now you're saying that you need to add staff. Of course, you need to be more staff. I mean, the best is for your secretariat to be independent. From the perspective of reform, it's best for the secretariat to be independent. So the planning staff, for town planning board, you said that you're going to have a supernumerary post created, and you also redeploy staff to support it. That means there will be an additional team of 4. Are you saying that? Just tell us, if you need more manpower, if you just redeploy staff, is that an ideal arrangement? There are a lot of criticisms against, manpower support at town planning board. People have said that you've got English translations, but your Chinese versions of papers and always not ready in time. So the public always feels that, it's difficult for them to engage in your consultation work and so forth. I therefore like to hear from the officials what you think. I always said that the town planning ordinance needs to be reviewed. You said that there are a lot of JRs and you have to prepare for the battles, legal battles, and therefore you need to add stuff. So even though you're saying that you may not be reviewing the ordinance, but you are actually doing related work after all. Administration, okay, I'll briefly answer first. As for the LDO, as Mr. Chen said in paragraph 10, it lists out the work to be taken forward by LDO. The list is not exhaustive. As for Mr. Chen's point about, point 17, as for our role to arrange and provide support to local events in Lantau. Here it says arrange and provide support. It's not that we will take over the work of LCSD, but in the past few months, as you know, we've been carrying out public engagement exercises, and we know that it's important to interact with the local community. Are you going to sing karaoke with the secretary? Well, we're talking about singing contests and sports events. I think it's better to have interactions, to facilitate our work. As for a number of staff needed, I will ask Mr. Lam to supplement. Well, your time's up. Maybe you can answer later on. But there are just 3 staff to comment. Okay. I need to go to another meeting. As for why there's a need for so many recreational events, he answered that. He said that I'd like them to answer my question on the town planning board. Sorry, I need to go to another meeting. Please ask them to answer now. Yes, as for the town planning board, I think in response to Chan's question, after its review in 2014, all the work, 2004, all the meetings of town planning board needs to be open. Therefore, its workload has increased. And now we've got 2 town planners which are doing the existing work, but because of the increase in workload, they really can't afford the extra workload. And because of the JRs, the large number of JR cases, let me give you an example of the increased workload, just for your reference. As for the amended plans, last year, we amended 22 statutory plans. This year we expect to have 36 amendments of plans to be the pipeline. And of the reviews, we received more than 300 comments, representations on our amended songs. Yes, you don't need to repeat what's in your paper, unless you're assuming that we are illiterate. So there's no need for you to repeat the data. I just want to say that now you're creating a new team of staff 1 plus 3. 1 is a supernumerary post of a 3-year term, and then you have staff deployed from other sections. I was asking, with so much work, now that it's like you're on the verge of falling off a cliff, do you think this new team can cope with the workload? I think with our existing resources, we will try to deploy staff as much as possible and try to prioritize our work. We need an extra chief town planner to cope with the need for a staff at such level. How about the 2 staff to be redeployed from elsewhere? Would they be enough? I think, Mr. Kenneth Chen, your question is getting longer and longer. Please come back when you have time. Of course, I can discuss it with them in the establishment subcommittee. Okay, next one, Wu Chi-wai. I think for this question, there should be 2 parts. One is the manpower part, and the other is the establishment of the LDO. I find that the government is sort of swapping concepts here. For a supernumerary post to take forward short-term development projects like Silho 1, Tung Chung West, and so forth, works in Tung Chung that require additional staff. I understand that. Yet now you're talking about a development office for Lantau. With such a name, your next paper, which is on the development strategy for Lantau, that will give the public an impression that the government has already a very clear idea about the need to redevelop Lantau. That's why you have the LDO, and the supernumerary post is to handle public inquiries. But I think that's an unwise approach, because it would cause the public to feel that the government has a preconceived stance even before all the consultation is done. So I'd like to clarify, first of all, Chairman, is there any mechanism for us to oppose the creation of LDO? Instead, we can just deal with all the individual manpower requests separately. If not, then I would just have to reject your entire proposal. Is it possible for us to object the creation of the office? And secondly, just as Mr. Lee was saying, for the town planner, you said that the town planning board is a lot of work, but this paper is incorporated in the paper on Lantau Development Office. Is that right? Is my understanding correct? But this is what appears. This chief town planner, isn't that supposed to be a government town planner? Chairman, I think in this paper, can we separate these two items? That is, as Mr. Kenneth Chen just said, okay, you have manpower constraint, your work pressure is high, I understand that. But if you ask me to at the same time approve the funding, the staff increase, and also to approve the creation of the LDO, then I will ask that the two things be separated. Otherwise, I will object the entire item. P.S. Yes, as I said in the beginning, we wanted to increase manpower for two purposes. One is to set up under CDD the LDO. There is a multidisciplinary office with planners. The planning profession itself under the planning department's proposal for a supernumerary 3-year post of CTP to provide technical support for the Secretariat of TPP, that's a different proposal. I don't know what your procedures are like, but I would ask that be an increase in supernumerary posts, different types of posts here. I rarely hear that now, indeed, you are actually talking about two separate tasks. One is the CTP to handle the work of TPP, and the other will be to support the CDD. So how come these two posts are in the same paper? There are two different things within the same paper. Why are we dealing with them in such a way in one single paper? Okay, Mr. Lam, if my understanding is correct, you're asking for an additional staff to develop Lantau, to cope with the work on developing Lantau. So as Wu Chi said, can you debundle those separate staffing requests? P.S. Well, there are two annexes. Annex 1 to the paper is under Head 33, the development of Lantau Development Office under CDD. And Annex 2 refers to the creation of an additional team to support the Secretariat of TPP. They are independent requests. Yeah, that's my question. In other words, they can be separated. So my other question is LDO and the supernumerary post needed by LDO and the supernumerary staff needed by the TPP, can they be dealt with separately? Yes, I think they can be. If members, do you think they can be separated? Yes, let's do so. That is the CTP for the planning department and CDD's extra staff for the LDO to support the works on Lantau in the next few years, is it that those two items can be separated? Mr. Hon, you understand what he meant, right? So maybe to you is a structural change. Mr. Hon, would you like to supplement? Let me make it clear. I think Mr. Wu is concerned that, from what I got, is that he may feel that in developing Lantau there's a need to increase manpower, but he feels that setting up the Lantau, he would object to the setting up of the Lantau Development Office. But we have thought hard, before coming to the decision of setting up the LDO, because without the office we can't really kick off the development work. And the Lantau Development Advisory Committee also gave its feedback on all sorts of projects that are required to develop the island. We all know that there's also the elements of conservation, recreation, tourism that needs to be incorporated into the entire development. So there needs to be a dedicated office before we can really kickstart the entire program. So it's not just adding staff that's enough. Next one, Yu Siwei. Thank you, Chairman. We all know that Lantau in the future, its future development, actually encompasses a wide range of areas. In the third runway, the Macau-Hong Kong-Zhuhai Bridge.
And if there is consensus, there will be another development in East Lantau. So it's a very extensive project. So according to the paper, we need to leverage on the advantages. And then in terms of the community, the economy, short, medium, and long-term measures will have to be devised. So it's a very long-term plan. As a result, I think it is necessary to set up the Lantau Development Office to cater for the needs mentioned. This is the opportunity for the government to set up this office. And there will also be changes to the East, North, South Development Offices and a new Lantau Development Office. I believe the government has considered the matter thoroughly. For a period of time, 5 years, I want to know whether the reorganization will be carried out in one go. Because one may wonder whether within the period of 5 years there may be further changes or whether the office will be cancelled. I think the government's position should be clearer. The second question is this. Some are concerned about the collection of public views and that whether there are sufficient channels for heeding public views. And I think apart from all the functions mentioned, the LDO's work can also include public consultation. Lantau development involves different stakeholders, including the public and green groups or conservationists. So under the LDO, there should be further division of work for public views to be properly collected. I don't know whether this can be included. Mr. Hon. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Yu, for his questions. I think the first question is why 5 years? Now, basically, our consideration is that further planning and advanced works are required for projects before we set down the roadmap and timetable ahead. So it's not the case that our work will be completed in 5 years. If you read our paper, you can see under the CDD, the LDO will be set up with supernumerary posts created for 5 years, but there are other areas of work divided among different development offices. So it's a long-term initiative. for all the offices under CDD, there have been reorganization of work. I think in 3 or 4 years' time, towards the end of the term of the supernumerary post, we will review the situation to assess the workload and how much more time is needed to see the future workload for the LDO. For the collection of public views, what is more important is what happens in the coming few months. The workload is quite heavy, and we hope that additional manpower can be made available as soon as possible, so that the LDO can start its work as soon as possible. Next, Mr. Leung Kwok Hong. Chairman, I oppose the LDO because I oppose the medium to long-term plans of the government. These are vague ideas. If it's just for the short term, then I agree to that. As for medium to long-term developments, there should be better consultation. Well, they also try to lobby my support. In fact, Donald Tsang started the Belt and Road Initiative. It started with the 12th five-year plan and the Guangdong or PRD Hong Kong planning, and since then we have been implementing white elephant projects to resolve the issues of others. That is the plans and developments of the PRD. Whether it's done out of good intentions or not, I'm not going to agree with approving fundings for that. You need to rationalize the problems of the Development Bureau, because you have been subject to huge pressure after the change in 2004, when the TPP plannings TPP hearings had to be conducted in public, and also JRs against the abuses. Your workload is heavy. If you didn't do it properly at an early stage, then that's the subject of JR. If because of that, rectification was later required, then again additional manpower would be needed. If that's the reason for additional manpower, then I agree. Well, I also understand your situation. I visited your office before. Your people are so busy. So if that's the reason, I agree. But it's already very difficult to implement short-term initiatives and to lobby support for medium-term ones, because for medium-term initiatives, a lot of them are controversial. For example, land development for correctional services facilities, and Hong Kong Disneyland Phase 2 development. It's already very difficult to try to forge consensus and resolve all the controversies. At least you need to lobby the support of the member next to me. So you need to resolve the issues in the short term, medium term first. And we're definitely going to oppose the 3RS, and definitely we're not going to support the funding proposal. Mr. Hon. Thank you, Mr. Leung, for understanding that we have a heavy workload and we need manpower for at least short-term initiatives. As for medium or long-term initiatives, well, let me just say that in the past 10 years, we haven't done enough in increasing land supply. Now, in the long term, we'd like to do more. And we believe that this is very important, especially for the ELM, Eastern Lantau Metropolis. And also, we have given very thorough consideration as far as the reclamation location is concerned. Next member, the one next to you. As far as reorganization of offices is concerned, I think the Lantau Development Office serves as a reference. And just speaking on this point, I think this change is good, reorganization. However, after you have the tools, after you have the reorganized structure and additional manpower, the biggest problem is that we are approving funding for you to do evil. Originally, it may be out of good intention, but under the rule of under the 689 administration, you set up the Lantau Development Office. In the end, you do evil and destroy Lantau. This is a failure because the Lantau Development Advisory Committee comprises members who are cronies of C.Y. Leung. They are appointed by C.Y. Leung, and they are totally rubbish. They know nothing about Lantau, and they don't treasure what Lantau has. They should understand the characteristics and uniqueness of Lantau and develop on this basis, instead of appointing members who are sycophants, who are nothing but market speculators. Their mentality is really horrifying. Eastern Kowloon, again, this is an absolutely erroneous planning because of the noise problem of the runway. It's absolutely improper. And East Lantau is not suitable for residential developments. As for observatory, tower, and campsites on Tai Tung Shan, again, the uniqueness of Tai Tung Shan will be destroyed. I am alarmed because of their horrifying mentality. They know nothing about the uniqueness and the characteristics of Lantau Island. They just do anything they want. And of course, we're against the reclamation project in midwaters, and it has a catastrophic consequence on Lantau. I think the reorganization proposal has its merits, but then the functions of the office is really unacceptable. I hope that the Permanent Secretary for Development and your colleagues in the Bureau should understand this. I agree with some of the work you do, but in terms of what I mentioned just now, a series of blunders in planning, your mentality, it's really unpalatable. They don't bring benefits to Lantau, so I find it hard to accept, and I don't support the LDO. A brief response? PS? Thank you, Mr. Chan, for showing your support for our reorganization. I'm not going to debate with you on the parts that you don't agree in the paper. Like I said before, we have selected East Kowloon and the northern East Lantau and Northern Lantau for some of our projects. I think on other occasions I will explain in greater detail to you. Ms. Chen Yunhan. Mr. Albert Chan lives in Lantau, and I think his argument is quite sound. Now about the organization chart. And I'm reading from either the paper or the chart. I don't see the West Development Office. Now, Chairman, my suggestion is this. It's difficult, it would be hard for a single government department to take on development projects. Now, for example, East Kowloon, the area that I'm familiar with, the old Kai Tak Airport, I think things will be much better if there is a dedicated office, because there will be a contact point for discussion. Very often, we don't know which government official to contact. That is why we arranged to visit Tung Chung West with Mr. Wong Kam Sing, because we want low carbon, we want emission reduction. So I make an appointment with Mr. Wong Kam Sing, the Secretary for Environment. As for other government departments, the planning department, CDD, etc., they may not be so committed as to discuss these things with me. And they're very busy. Well, in the past, I caused a lot of troubles to the government officials like KK Ling and other officials because of the East Kowloon development. Very often we had meetings in the evenings after 6. So I have no problem with additional manpower and the new office. As whether this is reasonable, well, I have made my point. Now for the advisory committee, every time when they make a public statement, I need to rebut. I know some of the members there, but then I doubt. I suspect that there is interest involved. I have grounds for the suspicion. This is such a big development project. And the other day, I asked Mr. Wu Chi-wai about that. I don't know whether they're just trying to test the water by making certain statements. But as an advisory committee, I think the major principle is to understand Lantau. We have people who are concerned about district or local development. Even for the Kai Tak River, you have workshops, you have people attending workshops to give their views to the government. So I think some reorganization should be done to this committee. I don't think the government should just heed views to their liking, because it will be bad for society. If you're familiar with the issues, you would know what I mean. So I advise the government to avoid having any conflict of interest if you change your membership of this advisory committee. And also for Tung Chung, I've been working on it for a long time. This is a big development. I think, well, Mr. Han, let me tell you this. I often tell you what I think about the eastern part, the western part, etc., etc. But so far, I don't see this plan. It's such a big place. This is such a big development. Things should not be done hastily. Now, on appointment of members to the committee, there is a problem. And thirdly, Lantau Island is very big. And things are too general. And there is distrust in the government. So, Chairman, this is just my comment. Well, Ms. Chen, I understand. I think your comments are basically about developing Lantau. As for the Lantau Development Office, you've also expressed your views. well, depending on how much time we have, we can follow up on this. But right now, I'll give Mr. Wuchiwai a second round, 3 minutes. Thank you, Chairman. I need to reiterate this point. Mr. Paul Chan said a number of times that there is a report from the Advisory Committee on Land Health Development which has been submitted to the CE, and yet there is also a public engagement for the public on land health development at the moment. For the development projects and work arrangements along Northern Lantau you need a dedicated office and dedicated manpower. So I support the idea of supernumerary posts. However, if you set up a new land health development office, you're going to draw a greater divide and mistrust in the government based on the existing advisory committee structure, because at least it gives me an impression and the public an impression that you are going ahead with land health development. So definitely it will only harm land health. So my question is this: if I'm asked to accept your proposal, that means I'm asked to accept both your staffing proposal and the setting up of a land health development office, or that can I ask the government not to go ahead with the reorganization structure, and that only redeployment of manpower is allowed? I don't know whether this discussion is possible, or whether this is just a yes or no question. That is more manpower for the CDD, or no LDO and no manpower.
Mr. Hon, I think I understand Mr. Wu's concern, but I'd like to reiterate, we really need a land health development office. So you are saying that land health has to be developed. It's an office for the development of land health. It is a multidiscipline office, and there is a lot of work that we will focus on with different professionals involved. Now, this strategy proposal includes many new directions which are not confirmed, which you have to consult the public on. And you have now set up this office. It has become something due to be embarked upon. So you have this development office, then the public do not trust you. You will encounter greater difficulty in your consultation. Mr. Hon, anything to add? I don't think so. Mr. Chen Kam Lam, your first question, I will let you speak first, also 3 minutes. Thank you, Chairman. I think the land already developed in Lantau is actually quite small in area. It's about 20-something%. Of course, we are not saying that we are going to develop the whole Lantau or to change Lantau to something completely different. But what is ahead of us, there are many development plans for Tung Chung, Sunny Bay, Sihu Wan, and we've also heard from Tai O residents saying that they hope that there could be more transportation facilities to attract more tourists. And in Lantau South, there are also many aspirations for improvement, to improve links with other parts of the territory. So we need a department, a unit to focus on it. And just as Chen Yun Han said, there should be a similar office as the one for Kowloon East. If you do not have a dedicated office, then several departments are working on it separately, and there can be no unity. So we feel that irrespective of whether the development plan for Lantau materializes, we need to do short-term, medium-term, and long-term work. The name doesn't really matter, whether it's Lantau Development Office or New Territories. You must have a department or an office to do the work. If people do not see a dedicated department or office, then there will be a lot of confusion. Whether you call it Lantau Development Office or not is a different matter. Now, calling it Lantau Development Office makes this clear. People can approach the office if they want to organize something. So, provided that there is enough manpower for the next few years and the deployment is reasonable, I think we should all support the structure. And also, when the structure is established, I hope they can start working on the projects as soon as possible so that the development of Lantau can be done in the best way. Members, we still have one more item for discussion on the Lantau development strategy proposals. So, on this item of agenda, if members wish to speak further, please give me your names, and then we will decide on our preference. Chen Yunhan, Helena Wong. So I will let these two members speak and then we will make a decision. Helena Wong, she's the first time, so I let her speak for 3 minutes, including answer. Just now, Wu Qinwai already spelled out the stance of the Democratic Party. Now, on starting the Lantau Development Office and creating 4 supernumerary posts for this office, now we are against that. Now, the LDO, a lot of that is the result of campaign efforts by election campaign efforts by C.Y. Leung. It has not been publicly endorsed. Now, East Lantau, Metropolis, etc., they are mirage at the moment. Do we need 4 directorate posts to implement these plans? Now, the C.Y. Leung administration will be replaced in 2017. You should conduct a public consultation to see whether people support your reclamation, your artificial island, how large should be their scale. All this has not been subject to in-depth discussion and debate. Now, if you are immediately going to create a development office and get several senior officials to head it, then the public consultation may find that may come to the conclusion that this will not work. Then this will be a futile exercise. Now, when the public agree that this is beneficial for Hong Kong long term, then you can go ahead and you can find the personnel you need. Let's not assume that the green light is on already for the proposed Lantau development. So for the moment, we do not support the LDO and the 4 new posts. There's another serious problem. Now, the Hong Kong workers, are there enough workers to support such a major project? We have the Hong Kong Choi Macau Bridge, West Kowloon Cultural District, Express Rail, and there are not enough workers, and the FTB is afraid that local workers' livelihood will be affected, and then you don't have enough workers and there will be budget overruns and you come back for additional funding. That will be very problematic. Now, I will let Chen Yun Han speak first, and then we can let the government respond. Now, let's not be so ambitious. This scheme is too grand. Now, I support that you should increase your manpower. Now, you are in the study stage. Now, I agree it should be continued. In the past, when the government does nothing, we object to it, and now we are afraid that you make it too grand. Now, you have all these projects in East, South, West, North. Now, I think you need to tell us how your ideas will work out. I'm just telling you my concerns. Now, this advisory committee, now, even though you say they are not government representatives, actually they do represent the government. Now, what is their role? Now, there shouldn't be too many people related to Lantau sitting on that committee. Now, I don't know whether the Undersecretary or the Permanent Secretary will sit on that committee. So you should clearly distinguish between East, West, North, South. Secondly, the relationship between the committee, advisory committee, and you yourselves. So people may suspect some kind of linkage or relationship. And are you the leader in the exercise as in town planning board or what? First, I'd like to make clear the LDO, as I have repeated many times, is a multidisciplinary department, and as Ms. Chen Yun Han said, it will provide a point of liaison. Otherwise, things cannot be done. Now, at CEDD, once we have set up the LDO, the remaining work has to be distributed in a better way. So it's said in the document that there will be North, South, East, and West development offices. So it's separate from the LDO, but because LDO is set up, we need to reorganize. Now, there's the Lantau Development Advisory Committee. There are academics, business people, and so on, sitting on it. It's an advisory body. For the new session, we may have people from other sectors, such as innovation, technology, environment, protection, and so on. Now, as for interests of members. Now we have a mechanism where interests have to be declared. Chen Yunhan. Now east, west, north, south. So you break up the CEDD units. Now there are 4 development offices right now in CDD, basically by geographical areas covered. Now once we have set up the LDO, we redraw the divisions. It's difficult to explain within a short time, but in any case it will distribute the work better. Leung Kwok Hong, you wish to speak? I'd like to explain for Ms. Chen. Now, you already had 4 offices originally, but you think this item is very important, so you need a new development office to handle your short, medium, and long-term plans. You don't want to employ new people, so you redeploy. Now, this is not feasible. People will work to death, will be worked to death. Listen to me. C.Y. Leung acquires an illegitimate son, and we are supposed to get the nannies for it. Now, we now have to decide whether we support the proposal going to Public Works Subcommittee. Now, if we have a division, we do not have enough members here. Since someone requests a division, let's have the division bell for 5 minutes. Members, Leung Kwok Hong has requested a division. Of course, I am seeking members' views. You can separate it into 2 parts, setting up the Lantau Development Office, and then the Planning Department has to get a new post, 1D1 post, so we can separate it. So first is Lantau Development Office, Annex 1. With regard to Annex 1, whether members support the administration's funding request. And then there's Annex 2, that's for the planning department, creating, adding a D1 post. Members clear on this? Now, do we need a division for Annex 2? If we don't, then of course we will do without a division. We are all clear? Now, a member has asked a division, asked for a division, so even if we separate the 2, there has to be division. If we are against setting up the Lantau Development Office, do we object to both? Perhaps I can ask Mr. Horn to tell us. Now we have Annex 1 and Annex 2. My understanding is that they can be separated. As I said at the beginning, these are two different proposals. Now, if the procedures allow, members can express their views separately, but I think the Secretariat can tell us more about the procedures.
梁國雄議員
Mr. Leung Kwok-hong, please do not speak out so loud in your seat. Now it's already explained, can you speak more quietly? If you are all speaking, how am I to speak? Members are now asked whether they support the administration for setting up the Lantau Development Office to request funding from the establishment subcommittee. We have a division on that to see whether members give their support. Is it clear? We'll deal with the other one later to avoid confusion. Helena Wong?
The paper is about the creation and redeployment of director posts in CEDD and Planning Department, right? There are 4 directorate posts involved. One is the Principal Government Engineer at D3 level. One is Government Town Planner at D2. 2 Chief Engineers at D1 level. And then, are you going to separate this? Well, together they are one batch. They are one batch. Those in favor? The proposal to submit this item to the Establishments Subcommittee, please raise your hands. CEDD, please look at Annex 1. Those in favor? Secretary, please read out the names. Those in favor? Okay. Regina Ip, Yu Si Wing, Chen Yun Han, Lan Chi Chung, Chen Kim Por, Chen Kam Lam, and Yip Kok Him. Those against, please raise your hands. Those who are against, James Toh, Wu Chi Wai, Albert Chan, Leung Kwok-hong, Helena Wong, Kenneth Chan, KK Kwok, and Fernando Jern. Any abstention? So the results are, please announce the result. Those in favor 7, those against 8. So we declare that we will not support this panel will not support the establishment of the LDO. We will not, endorse recommending this request to the Establishment Subcommittee. Now we'll deal with Annex 2. That is the creation of a Directorate Level 1, D1 level post. Justin Leung Kwok-hong wants to claim a division. No. Any objection? Secret ballot is fine. Okay. No objection. In that case, we'll approve this then. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for coming to this meeting. Administration.
佢點解又走晒啊？等死啦！
我哋未到頭已經猛叫佢翻嚟啦。
跟住咧
Next item, item 8, development strategy for Lantau. So please invite the administration to come in. Yeah.
首先我歡迎
Let me welcome Secretary Paul Chan and other representatives from the administration. The name list is put before you on your table. So, administration, please take us through this paper. I know that you've prepared a PowerPoint. Please be concise. Who will start? Secretary? Thank you, members, for giving us the chance to come here to brief you on the development strategy for Lantau. Earlier this year, the Lantau Development Advisory Committee, having considered the long-term development proposal of Lantau and the changes in the surrounding areas and also social needs, the committee has come up with a preliminary idea to make use of the land there, and also the proposals cover land use, conservation, recreation, tourism, social development, and so forth. The proposals are for the government's consideration. For details, my colleague will introduce them to you. I just want to highlight a few points here. First of all, the preliminary proposals have made reference to amended conceptual plan for Lantau in 2007. It seeks to strike a balance between conservation and development. The existing proposal, the high-density development, will be concentrated in northern Lantau. Most other areas, like southern Lantau and the country park, which make up 70% of the area, will be reserved for leisure and also nature conservation and also recreational ecotourism. The various proposals made by the government are not fixed. The committee's preliminary proposals have actually incorporated various information and feedback and views collected. They will form the basis for public discussion. We adopt an open attitude for this consultation. Right now, we are in the process of a 3-month public engagement process till the end of April. There will be public forums, roving exhibitions, briefing sessions, and so forth. Having collected all the public views, we'll consolidate them and make reference to them to help with our planning for the land use, recreation, conservation, transportation infrastructure, and traffic infrastructure on Lantau, and they will form the basis of the blueprint for development of Lantau. Now, Chairman, I will hand over the time to my colleague, Ms. Amy Chang, and also Mr. Lai of the Development Bureau. Then we'll be happy to listen to your views. Ms. Zhang, would you start? Thank you, Chairman. The Lantau Development Advisory Committee has just submitted its report to the Chief Executive, including the long-term development vision for Lantau. As you can see on the screen, that is to strike a balance between development and conservation to make Lantau a actually residents friendly, low carbon area, and there'll be the third runway, Hong Kong Macau Chai Bridge, and the Hong Kong Link Road, among other infrastructure projects to develop transportation links there. The links will also improve the connectivity between Lantau and Peripheral Delta, which will make Lantau Island actually an international and regional gateway that will also tap the development potential of Lantau. The advisory committee proposes that on the planning directions for spatial planning and land use, there can be use made, and another area for development is nature and heritage conservation, nature and heritage, and also tourism and recreation, transport, infrastructure, and so forth. Those are the areas to be developed. Now, on North Lantau corridor, that is from Zilwan to Tung Chung, including the Hong Kong BPF of the Hong Kong Macau Zhuhai Bridge and the Airport Island. This site will also focus on strategic economic and housing development. In the northeast portion, that is in the purple area with encircled by a purple line, they will be devoted to leisure, entertainment, and tourism development. It will complement the Disneyland. And in the eastern portion, eastern waters of Lantau, there will be a long-term strategic growth area. Most of the land in Lantau, because of its natural reserve, we will actually promote conservation, leisure, and cultural and green tourism. Fifthly, we will optimize the use of government land, including consolidating and reprovisioning some correctional services facilities, and we will develop carbon there. As for the strategy for nature and heritage conservation, we think that no matter how big the scale of development is, we need to enhance the overall environment. So there need to be actually moves to ensure that we can reach the objective of sustainability. There's a lot that we can do in terms of enhancing conservation. You can see some pictures on the screen. Like, we can avoid large-scale development at conservation sites and surrounding areas. We can also enhance the ecological value of country parks by, for example, tree planting. Of course, the tree species have to fit with the natural habitat. Thirdly, for declared monuments and other sites of conservation value, we will carry out restoration, preservation, and conservation. And fourthly, we will take forward the implementation of proposed marine parks. Another area involves the, in light of the rich nature and heritage in Lantau, strategically, we would attach importance to good utilization of those resources. We hope that we can allow more members of the public to appreciate and experience those natural resources. So the work ahead involves optimize the potential of sites of conservation value and provide diversified and innovative facilities to increase the attractiveness and education value of country parks. And we will also, through the pawn line playing approach, link up places of conservation value to attract visitors and to promote ecological, cultural tourism, and education. And fourthly, once we've identified any areas with the concentrations of heritage, we'll consider turning that spot into a heritage district to manifest the value of that site. For strategic traffic and transport infrastructure, mainly, our proposal or plan is to create a rail link. The rail network will be the backbone. That will be part of a complete transport network to link up Hong Kong Island West, Kowloon West, and even other parts of New Territories with Lantau. We hope that this circular network would not just unlock the traffic grid in New Territories West and Hong Kong West and enhance the traffic network in Hong Kong. It can also provide more routes, alternative routes to and out of the airport. As you can see in the map, from North Lantau to Tuen Mun South, there's a link road that is under construction. As for other rail links that are being planned, some are still being studied, including the Tung Chung West extension. This is the Tung Chung West station. There could be Tung Chung East station. We hope that in Siu Ho Wan there could be another railway station. For the next part, I'll hand over to my colleague at the Development Bureau, Mr. Lai. Yes, as for recreation and tourism proposals, since Lantau has much heritage, historic, and natural resources, all along it has been a popular destination for the public to relax. There's also a Nongping 360 and Disneyland there. Therefore, Lantau is a popular recreational and tourist destinations. The basic infrastructure there, roadworks and railways are concentrated in the north. Therefore, we propose that the main recreational and tourism proposals should also be concentrated there to support those facilities. And because of the rich natural and heritage there, while enhancing conservation, we would try to make good use of the natural resources. Therefore, the types of recreation and tourism facilities and the scale of them should fit in with the natural environment so that we would not undermine the heritage and the natural environment. And that can also allow more people to appreciate the greatness of Lantau. Our preliminary study shows that there can be 5 themes of recreation and tourism in 14 areas. We want to shape Lantau into a diversified destination for recreation and tourism. The details of the tourism and recreation facilities are in the abstract already provided to you. I'm not going to repeat them. We're also proposing the creation of some experiential transport connection, like water taxis. In terms of air transport, we can think about creating cable cars or some cycle tracks or sightseeing coaches as well. We can also add in some green trails like hiking trails, family, country trails and so forth, or special tree species. In terms of social development strategy, we want to try to attract more people to work and live there. On that, we will improve the existing community facilities and also enhance the community to create a low-carbon, modern, and also smart environment, high-quality living environment. We will also enhance existing community services to attract more families to go there and work there as well, to live as well. And because the population in Lantau tend to be young, we would provide more youth and children services besides education services. We also provide appropriate transport infrastructure inside and outside the district. We also need to cater to the needs of rural and remote areas. In some villages, there isn't no running water supply or sewage system. We will, in phases, extend those facilities to the remote areas to improve the living environment of the residents there. This PPT shows you the broad timeline. Mainly, the development of East Metropolis in Lantau will be a long-term one that will take up to 2013. The rest are the mid-term and short-term works, including improvement to Mulwo, Tai O, or in South Lantau. There could be improvements in parts of the roads. Also, there will be expansion of Tung Chung Town, topside development of Lantau and the artificial island, and so forth. As I mentioned, on the preliminary idea for proposal for Lantau development, we have kick-started a public engagement. We hope that by the second half of this year, on the basis of the feedback received, we will formulate the blueprint for developing Lantau. That's it for my briefing. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lai. Members earlier on asked that on this development strategy for Lantau, we would arrange a public hearing. For the details of the hearing, I will discuss the time with the Secretary first, and then we'll inform you of a decision in due course. Now, members, it's your time to ask questions. Those who've indicated interest include, let me read out your names. Ho Chun-yin, Kwok Ka-ki, Leung Ji-chung, Eleanor Wong, Chen Yun-han, Yu Si-wing. I suggest that each can have 4 minutes, including the answer from the administration. Ho Chun-yin, first. Well, I'm not a member of this panel, but I'm very concerned about this topic. I'm sure Hong Kong people are the same for them, because this is a large-scale development plan. I'm sure there will be people opposed and for such a large-scale development, and those who are opposed would be fishermen among them, because I'm sure this development will involve reclamation. And the existing residences will also be opposed, because whenever there is development plan, I know development is important, but those people who are already living there, what sorts of measures would the government have to help them suffer less or have fewer losses, or for those, who can really benefit from a development? So can the government tell us what you think? And also on this topic of fishery, in the entire paper, fishery actually occupies much significance in Lantau, particularly in Tai O, Mui Wo. There's an active fishery industry there. If you don't have enough support measures for fishery, then I would doubt the level of support for this development plan. So can the administration answer the 2 questions? And also, what support measures do you have? Do you think you can include some elements related to fishery in your measures?
Mr. Chan. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Stephen Ho, for your questions. Now, Chairman, for Lantau development, for example, Tung Chung New Town Extension, there will be reclamation. In the short to medium term, this will be the major reclamation involved. But of course, we'll also seek legislative support to launch studies on reclamation projects in Siu Ho Wan and Sunny Bay. And there will also be further studies in the long term. Now, in the development project, we understand that fishermen will be affected. And we understand the fishermen and the fisheries industry's concern on the impact of reclamation on fishermen. We have a compensation mechanism in place, and we'll continue to discuss or liaise with the industry and discuss with fishermen how we can better support them. As for the impact on residents, now say for Tung Chung New Town Extension, in the public engagement exercise for West Tung Chung, the major development will be conservation only with some low density development. As for Tung Chung, existing residents will only be slightly affected. As for other projects, as mentioned just now, we keep an open mind and we welcome dialogues, and we also would strive to seek common ground. Now, Chairman, let's save some time. For Mui Wo Tai O, although the development is of a minor scale, for major works, definitely existing residents will be affected as you attract more population to move there. For example, well, there is a proposal to build a road, and you're not providing a road, and you have berths for yachts. What about piers for fishermen? That's their request. I hope the government will consider it. You need to give more weight to the interest of residents there. Members, we have spent much time on the previous item, and also time for members to come back and vote. And 5 members have indicated their wish to speak. So I'm going to extend this meeting for 15 minutes to 6:45. Next, Dr. Kwokaki. I'm going to observe the time limit more strictly. If the government's plan has the support of those who are genuinely cherishing Lantau, I suppose, Secretary, you wouldn't see this picture when you visit Lantau. Most of them are conservatives, but it seems that you are not conserving Lantau. You're rather destroying Lantau, because there will be reclamation, and at least at the northern side of Lantau there will be major destruction. South Lantau is the haven that has yet to be destroyed, but then there will be initiatives. For example, for South Lantau Road, this will be opened and there will be more roads built, and this is equivalent to destroying South Lantau, because the most important thing is to protect South Lantau such that it remains an undeveloped area. You're shooting yourself in the foot. It's a quiet place, and now you're allowing more traffic in the area. You want to speed up its destruction. There are workshops of green groups there, and they will close down very soon. The government hasn't provided any assistance. On the contrary, the government is going to build more roads there. There will be a spa center at river outlets. There will be a possible ropeway in South Lantau, and also hotel development, etc. But these are what we should preserve in Lantau. You should preserve them instead of destroying them. From the structure of the advisory committee to their modus operandi, well, we can save the talk. These members all have their vested interests. Some members are waiting for the government to develop Lantau so that they can reap in profits. So I am gravely concerned about the so-called development project. I have a big question mark here. I don't know how the so-called consultation will be carried out. But if you adopt the existing advisory structure, there will be a wider social divide, because those with vested interests are members of the advisory committee. And these members are just sitting on their hands and waiting to make a profit as the government develops Lantau. And there are also those who exercise violence in the systems. In the end, well, the pro-establishment will only call a halt to any filibustering attempt, and in the end you're not developing Lantau but destroying it. Mr. Chen, I thank the member for his comment, but I don't agree with him, because we are not destroying Lantau, we are conserving Lantau. As for South Lantau Road, we are going to widen the road as per the request of residents. As to whether more traffic will come in, according to the Transport Department's proposal, the road will only be open during weekdays, and not more than 25 private cars will be allowed. As for Shuihao or Puyo, last time when we visited the place with the media, as you may know, we want to improve the facilities there so that during weekends the places will be more enjoyable by families. And for the Lantau Development Advisory Committee, there is a stringent system of declaration of interest. All the minutes of the meeting are open to public, and whenever there is a possible conflict of interest, members are required to declare their interest, and their interest will be registered, and it's also accessible by the public. Mr. Leung Chi-Chang, I agree with Mr. Stephen Ho that for development to take place, you need to understand local demand. Instead of selectively heeding the views of some and placing facilities there without considering local needs. Because in that case, you will face opposition in the community. Now, on road widening, this is indeed the request of residents there for a long time. They are non-standard roads, and they will be widened in order to meet the standard and make it safer. And I support that, because this will give better protection to residents and road users there. So this is about meeting the needs of residents. So I support the idea of improving road infrastructure to tie in with the development strategy. Of course, it is the government's responsibility to improve the road network. On the other hand, if you bring in a larger population to Lantau, then you may face opposition. For residents there, their wish is very simple. They're used to a quiet life. They don't want too much disturbance. If you bring in more traffic, then there may be this may cause nuisance to the neighborhood. 25 private cars may be okay, but it doesn't bring this doesn't bring a lot of economic benefits. Some families would like to visit those places too, and at most only 25 private cars will be chosen by ballot. Well, not all members in this council can get special permits anyway, but only 25 quotas for the whole of Hong Kong, there is a problem, and I don't think it symbolizes anything. And there is another voice from residents saying that the 25 private cars won't bring much economic benefit to their community. So apart from self-driving tours, will the government consider improving public service? Because for Tai O during weekends is so crowded. Even if one only seeks to visit relatives, one may find it difficult to leave Lantau because of the crowd. So will there be any improvement of public transport? Mr. Chen, Secretary. Mr. Leung is right in pointing out that 25 private cars won't help the local economy. But this is not the objective of the proposal. The objective is to facilitate visits by families on weekends. And we're careful about opening South Lantau to a great extent as to disturb the local community. And I also had the experience of waiting for buses in Tai O for a long time, and there is another suggestion, at the moment to extend the cable car service to Tai O, and again there are divergent views. Now about the opening up of another road, we considered the population in Tai O and it's not cost effective. So from the point of view of public transport, we are considering whether during weekends we can enhance public transport to improve the situation. Dr. Helena Wong. As I said just now when discussing the Lantau Development Office proposal, I expressed my concern, and that is I think the pace of development is just too quick. Now about this development strategy, it seems that there will be development all over Lantau. But then it's all about business. It's about putting in place more facilities to do business, skydiving and other business developments. In North Lantau, you already have other developments. This is the focus. On the north side, you will build the third runway, the organic waste treatment facility, and also reclamation in Silho 1. Now about conservation. Secretary, have you been checking out the situation about Chinese white dolphins? As I learned from green groups, in the past it was easy to spot dolphins during good weather. But now the boats need to travel to as far as the boundary with the mainland before one can sight a dolphin. And you haven't even pushed this strategy ahead in full speed. And I'm concerned, apart from environmental issue, there may be problems with this large-scale development strategy. What about the marine sand for reclamation? You want to build land by reclamation. What materials should be used? Basically, marine sand. And according to Professor Anthony Cheung, because of the unstable supply of marine sand, and that marine sand accounts for over $100 billion of the 3-1-way project, and the marine sand is supplied by Guangdong and is subject to approval by the mainland authorities. And we have the artificial island, which also requires reclamation. And we're talking about 100 million cubic meters of marine sand. For the PRD region, 1 cubic meter of marine sand costs 1 renminbi, and very soon, because of material shortage, 1 cubic meter could cost 100 Hong Kong dollars. So we're talking about $1 billion Hong Kong dollars just for the procurement of marine sand for reclamation of the third runway project. And if you go ahead with the Lantau development strategy, there will be a more severe supply shortage. Hong Kong may in the end use up all the marine sand available in Guangdong, and still we're in a shortage, and there will also be increase in labor costs. If you have a lot of large-scale projects at the same time, a lot of reclamation projects at the same time for the third runway project, for Lantau, etc., etc., you can't finish all of them. Your time is up, Mr. Chen. Dr. Wong is correct to say that we have a lot of large-scale projects going on because we need to increase land supply. However, we prioritize different projects. For the use of Guangdong marine sand that you mentioned, that's for the project after 2030. As for other reclamation projects, they will be completed by 2020. So there won't be any competition at the same time. As for parachute skydiving, well, these are existing facilities, and we're talking about improving these facilities to make it more enjoyable for tourists. We're not aiming at doing business, Ms. Chen Yunhan. Chairman, I want to say at the outset that I support development, but we need to be careful about overdevelopment. Chairman, Secretary, the consultation would last from January to April, and I think is a bit of a rush because by then the members of this council will focus on the election, and afterwards there will be a new term, and I don't know the composition of this council next year, but still there is a problem. This is a large-scale project, and there are divergent views on the project, and I have reservations on a number of projects. A strategic study on reclamation in the midwaters. Well, I have reservations. I wonder if you really need large-scale reclamation, and also different views on a number of issues. For Mui Wo, Tai O, Ma Hang Chung improvement works. For Ma Hang Chung, I agree. I don't know how this project will take place. For Mui Wo, again, I don't know the details. If it's included in the Midwaters Reclamation Project, then it's a departure from the original design. These are just examples that I'm citing. If you rush things through, Secretary, definitely when you come back to this council, the composition will be different. And if the proposal isn't passed, there will be this will be a problem for you, and I don't know by then who will be the chief executive. So you need to be careful about rushing things too quickly. And we also have a number of controversial issues in this council. You need to be careful.
Well, Tung Chung East, Tung Chung West, that's good. There's been ample consultation. I've accompanied Mr. Permanent Secretary there. I've talked to Wong Kam Sing about low carbon development, and Tung Chung, there's some reclamation. Now, I think you need to exercise more care. You are in too much of a rush. Now, if you are in too much of a rush, there will be a lot of social conflict arising. And consultation ends in April, and then it won't be long before the summer break, so you should learn from the experience in Tung Chung West. Now, on the fishermen, I agree with the previous members' views. Now, I support some of Mr. Leung Chi-Cheng's views. Now, I talked to my professional friends. We agree that we shouldn't be in a rush. Now, whether the Secretary answers me or not, I want to make clear that I think you should not rush. Mr. Chen, I thank the member for her reminder. Now, of the Taiwan development proposal, some are short-term, some are long-term, some are medium-term. Some are short-term district improvement initiatives. Some are long-term initiatives that cannot be decided in a few months. Now, Tung Chung extension, that has been the result of ample consultation. Now, if we have mid-water reclamation, there would be participation from many parties, and there has to be careful study before we discuss with the public. So there are many opportunities where we have to come back to LegCo. Now, I've been engaged in planning for over 20 years. If the government doesn't listen to me, many problems will arise. I participated in the Kai Tak Airport redevelopment. Now, you say that you have many more stages of consultation, but once you have made a plan, it's very difficult to go back. Now, the Kai Tak River, the approach channel, now we don't want to object lightly to the government, but you should listen to our views. I hope I won't be one of the opponents to your future projects. Yu Si Wing. Now, in the case of Tung Chung New Town, there has been major adjustment to the policies after listening to people's views. Yu Si Wing, last to speak. Now, it's a large-scale development. Of course, some oppose it and some support it. But we have to seek the best long-term interests for Hong Kong. We have to work for the benefit of our future generations. Now, look at Singapore. Sentosa is well developed for tourism purpose. And now they have a bustling economy. Now, in the past, they were behind us. Now they are ahead of us in some ways. So we need planning. As the document says, this must be a good place to live, to do business, to study, and so on. Now, otherwise, when all the land is been built upon, then we develop land town, then if it's developed in an uncoordinated way, it's not something we want to see. So we need to plan for the land town development. Now, land town is a suitable place for development. But how about other places in Hong Kong that can be an alternative? Has the government studied that? And if so, where is it? If not, is Lantau the best place? Many people want to ask the questions. Many people are familiar with the situation in Hong Kong. Some are not. Now, some of the green groups say that the conservation has been a failure. Now, I am a member of the advisory committee. Now, the government says over 70% is country park, it cannot be changed. Now, do we still maintain that stand? If we are going to modify that, how many percent would be used? Paul Chen? The development blueprint of Lantau will only be proposed at the end of the year. Now, of the proposals by Lantau Development Advisory Committee, the main land and housing development is concentrated in North Lantau corridor. Now, East Lantau, that is long-term planning for the period after 2030. Now, Northeast now, for East Lantau Metropolis, now are there other alternatives? We are also studying Northern New Territories because the boundary has frontier close area has been reduced. Now we are looking at whether there is scope for development in the space released. It seems that there are some spaces available. If you add them all together, it can be of the same area, more or less, as Fanling Shang Shui. So I think we can discuss that once the study has progressed far enough. Now, on your second question, we will not engage in any development in country parks at this stage. Next, Albert Chan. I think the Secretary knows what I want to say about Lantau development. Now, in the dealing with the establishment of Lantau Development Office, I already spoke and made clear some of my views. Now, planning incorporates traditional wisdom. In the days of the British colonial government, they have a definition or a determination of the functions of different parts of an area. For instance, Zhuhai is for education, and some parts are for manufacturing, some parts for high tech, and the Pearl River Delta has been subject to this kind of division of labor. Now, and that has been the case of Hong Kong too when we build up the new towns. Now you do a territory-wide planning first before you develop. Now, however, there has been confusion recently. So suddenly someone wants to engage, is interested in a certain development, and then he points to it, and he says there will be midwaters reclamation, and there will be Tung Chung West development for several tens of thousands of residents. And initially, the Tung Chung is supposed to have a population of 150,000, but because of the noise problem, you abandon that goal, and then because of the area routes being changed, now you you want to develop Tung Chung further, but the Tung Chung East. Now, once you develop that, then you have a lot of noise that will be intolerable for the residents. Now, if you are familiar with the noise issue, you will know that at this point, that area, Tung Chung East, is not suitable for human habitat. I went there for 2 hours. The noise was intolerable. Now, I almost went berserk. Now, planning is very important, but this passed the town planning board, and the 25 NE ISO line seemed okay. Now, at the time, they provided us with only at the end of 2014 did they provide new data on the noise distribution. Please allow enough time for the Secretary to respond. I think the Lantau development is full of holes. It's very bad planning. Mr. Paul Chen, I thank the member for his views. He, in fact, he has voiced his views at different times. Now, the Midwaters reclamation, that is a long-term initiative that will not occur till after 2030. It's being explored. Now, as for Tung Chung development, we have come to different conclusions from that of Mr. Chen. We think that outside the 25 NE is suitable for residential development. Now, perhaps there can be further improvement in the design to make it more amenable to habitation. Now, it's a community. People on the streets are affected by the noise because it's outside of NEF 25. We think that is an acceptable level. Now, apart from the noise, there is air quality. Tung Chung is also a disaster. Now we have come to the end of discussion. No AOB. Thank you. End of the meeting.